we have like 3 different ways that right now we're either plugging information to Drive or whatnot.
Ready when you are.
Key personnel.
Yeah. Having me around is of no use.
My printer died out. Too busy right now. My niece is the one who put that.
Are we on or? Okay. Welcome everybody. Today is October 14th, 2014. And we've got the first overview of our 2015 budget. We're going to be looking at the large overview, and I don't know, John, if you want to say a few remarks, start us off here.
I'll go ahead and kick it off and then turn it over to Connie Garofalo and John Redmond. So, Bob, as you already said, today is really the first chance we have to present the proposed 2015 budget and 5-year plan. Today is an overview. Our goal is really twofold. One is to present the proposed 2015 budget and 5-year plan to you and to the public. And the second goal is really to understand what kinds of questions, thoughts, or comments that you have so that we can bring back the right information in subsequent meetings where we'll have specific decision points for the board to give direction on the budget. As we go through this presentation today, and as we go through the follow-up meetings, you'll find that there's an overarching theme really to this proposed budget and 5-year plan, and that's investing in infrastructure renewal and modernization. And the goal really is to make investments today in our infrastructure that will ensure that we can provide good services now, but more importantly, continue to provide them into the future. And you're going to see there's a heavy emphasis, particularly on facilities and technology in the proposed budget this year, and a continued emphasis on roads and our people. So all of those constitute the major infrastructure pieces, if you will, in how we provide our services to the public. So today, what we're going to be presenting to you is we're going to talk about the budget schedule. We're going to talk about how we got to this point, how we got to this proposed budget and 5-year plan. We're going to give you a bottom line overview. We're going to start at the very bottom line, summary information about the proposed 2015 budget and 5-year plan for all funds. Then we're going to step back from that high-level overview and talk about the context that we had in making decisions and making these recommendations to you as a board. And then we'll go into a little bit more detail about the specific recommendations that are in the 2015 budget and 5-year plan. And before we dive into that today, I'm going to thank you in advance. I know these budget meetings, we have a number of them. It's a lot of hours of your time, both preparing for these meetings and a lot of hours in the meetings themselves, considering the proposals that are in front of you and giving staff direction. So I'm going to thank the board ahead of time for your time and effort, and I'm going to thank staff, both finance and across the county, who have spent a lot of time getting us to this point. So as far as the schedule today, as we already mentioned, we're going to be providing an overview. Between October and November, we will be going into what we call our core focus meetings. We organize our budget presentation by the core focus areas in our strategic plan. Our first one will be on October 28th, which will be our Flourishing Natural and Built Environment, followed by November 6th, where we'll talk about Ambulance and Healthy Community Fund, as well as livable and supportive communities. On November 18th, we will talk about prosperous economy. On December 9th, we will do a budget recap. This is a change from your future agendas. We've tried to move some things around to accommodate some of the scheduling concerns from the board. And then December 15th, we have the final adoption and mill levy certification. So we will be looking at, we have still reserved a December 2nd work session time for budget. That's a maybe. That depends on if the board still has outstanding issues or questions that you want staff to address in the 2015 budget and five-year plan prior to us bringing it to you for adoption. So we'll make a game call in December whether you've had enough time to give direction and we're solid, or whether we need some more time to talk about the proposals. Okay. And then in accordance with the requirements of state law, we will have a final adoption mill levy certification on December 15th.
And so, Bob, if I may,
Yeah.
December 15th is a Monday?
It's a Monday, so we'll be talking about that.
Okay.
Otherwise,
I just-
yeah,
Right.
and the reason we did that is we'd have to back into that Thanksgiving week otherwise.
Okay.
So we'll talk about that during future agendas too. As far as getting to this point, in terms of developing the proposed budget, we met with the Financial Advisory Board, which is a citizens board that you appoint to review the revenue assumptions that go into the county's budget. Those assumptions were brought in front of you earlier this year, and the board accepted those, and that set the foundation then for what revenues and resources we had to work with in this budget. We then conducted a series of strategic plan core focus area meetings. That was primarily with section leaders and managers. I believe some line staff actually did participate in those also, where we met by the three core focus areas and talked about what were our budget challenges and what should our budget themes be for this year to really ensure that we're implementing the strategic plan to the greatest degree possible. Those were actually followed, and this is not on here, but because there were such strong common themes, which I'll talk about later, that was followed with a joint section leader manager team to really check in and prioritize our themes for this year's budget. We had a capital team meeting to talk about our capital plan and expenditures. And then finally, we met as a budget review team. The budget review team this year was larger than we've ever had. We had 25 employees participate on the budget review team, where all buy-up requests were reviewed and prioritized for funding, and the proposed budget was actually put together. And so that was made up of managers and section leaders. And we're going to talk a little bit later about what some of the outcomes of those meetings were. In terms of starting at the bottom line, general fund operations, we are projecting an 11% increase in revenue, as we'll be talking to you later on. Our recovery has continued to be strong and continues to get stronger. This year we do have a 13% increase in expenditures. The use of fund balance proposed in this year's budget in the general fund, as we'll talk to you about later on in the presentation, is all due to one-time expenditures, not ongoing operations. So either equipment replacements, we have a number of software. We've got an election system replacement, a recording system replacement in the clerk's office that actually makes up the bulk of those one-time requests. In the capital fund, you'll see we're projecting an 11% increase in revenues and a 6% increase in expenditures. That gives us a combined balanced 11% increase in revenues, 11% increase in expenditures that make up this proposed budget and five-year plan. And as we'll be talking about with you more and keep repeating, our fund balance remains very healthy with the proposed budget and five-year plan. For 2015, we project in the general fund that our fund balance will be 46% of appropriations. That is compared to the GFOA recommendation of 16.7, up slightly from what we've told you in the past of 15% for healthy fund balances. So we remain very, very healthy, and I'm going to turn it over to Connie to start bringing us through the summary information.
Okay, this next slide shows the budget for general fund operations. A lot of numbers on here, but this is a very important spreadsheet when we are working on the budget. We put our budget for general fund operations revenues and expenditures in the spreadsheet in the green column, and then we project out over the next 5 years each different line what the rate of increase or decrease might be. It's important because it gives us a look at what,
Can you just go to specific pages?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is,
Page 5.
yes.
This one.
Thanks.
I'm not sure that corresponds to page 5, but
No,
I've
In the
similar.
bottom right-hand corner, this is where the pagination is.
Okay. It just doesn't have the same headline as your slide presentation. Thank you.
If you look in the tab in your budget binder that says October 14th,
okay. It's also
There we
in
go.
our, it's also
There
in
we
the
go.
first section.
We were kind of following
Budget
John's
message.
letter.
his letter, yeah.
Okay, thanks. There we go. Thank you.
So this is important because it shows us the
tab
law.
that says the 14th.
Wade, the,
That's down here, 14th. Yeah. It's the PowerPoint presentations in
yeah,
our
it was
package,
natural
too.
to try to follow.
We've
John's
got
letter.
that same chart in the front section.
Yes, yes.
But now we're looking at the copy of the PowerPoint presentation.
So this shows us the long-term effects of the decisions that we make in the 2015 budget, so that we make sure that the decisions that we're making today and for the coming year don't have negative impacts over the long run. And the important things to note on this 5-year plan for general fund operations is that we have healthy revenues, we have a surplus over the 5-year plan, and the deficit in 2015 is for one-time spending. So the top section of this plan shows all of our different revenues in general fund operations, and John will talk about them in a little bit more detail. We have a total of $24.7 million for budgeted in revenues for 2015. Our expenditures are below that, labor, services, and supplies, and so on. Under the replacements line in expenditures, there's a line that says other departmental equipment, and this is where we have equipment that gets replaced every so often in all the different general fund departments. Our larger expenditure this year is in both the clerk's office and in elections. There's a new recording system and elections equipment, which total about $350,000. So that's a one-time replacement in this line. And then right below that, you will see $110,000 in one-time requests. These come from our buy-up requests, and again is one-time expenditures. The expenditures here do include all of the buy-up requests that staff is recommending, and total $25.7 million. If you look down on the fourth line from the bottom, you'll see our adjusted annual surplus or deficit. In 2015, we are showing a deficit of $339,000. Again, this is because of the one-time expenditures that we have into the 2015 budget. Looking out over 2016 through 19, those are all positive numbers. We have surpluses in all of the out years and growing surpluses each year, so that when we get to the end of 5 years, we have a total surplus of almost $2.6 million. That averages out to $519,000 per year in surplus in the general fund. Questions?
I was just going to ask if you would refresh my memory. Our budget for grant programs in 2014 was 121, and the year-end estimate is 321,000. I'm wondering what was the difference there? Is that
We have some carry forwards. So at times there is a grant that we'll receive in one year, but then it actually isn't completed and the money received until the following year.
okay?
And so we do have some carry forwards from 2013 that were moved into the 2014 budget.
Thank you.
I have a question, and I'm sure we'll get into it a lot more later, but you mark this as a adjusted annual surplus or a deficit of $339,000, but we haven't really started to talk about the transfers happening to the contingency and the capital fund, and where that happens, and whether or not that should be included as part of our deficit, because that money is going to be allocated to various things, or is that not part of our deficit?
Well, it's
So-
not part of our ongoing operations, and that's the important part, is that it's a one-time, just for infrastructure or capital or one-time projects.
Yeah.
And so the important part up above in the main section of this spreadsheet is that our operations are sustainable over the long run, and our surplus is growing over the long run. Then we do pull out money from the unrestricted general fund balance so that we can keep increasing our contingency to stay with the 16.7% of expenditures. And so we're increasing that over time. And as our expenditures go up, then we'll see on the section where we've got all the different bars of our fund balance that our green section, our contingency, keeps going up. So that's the adjustment for that. We are planning on moving $5.5 million from operations unrestricted fund balance to the capital fund for our one-time facility infrastructure projects.
And Rob, it's important to note that that's a designation of fund balance. It's not appropriation that's being moved, and so really between capital and operating is one pot of fund balance, and we just designate it to make sure that, as Connie said, our operations are balanced, even though we know capital is going to go up and down.
We'll take a closer look at the
Yeah.
fund balances as we get on in the presentation. Other questions on the five-year plan? Our next chart, again, has a lot of numbers, but it's an important snapshot of where all of the county funds are financially. It shows that we have healthy fund balances in all of our funds. The first column on this spreadsheet shows where we project that we will begin 2015. What's our beginning fund balance? How much do we have in the bank for each of our different funds? For the general fund, we have $16.8 million in fund balances to start 2015. The second column shows our proposed revenue budget for each of the different funds, then our proposed expenditures, then transfers between different funds, and then the fifth column shows the result of all of that different activity. We have our fund balance to begin with. We have our budgeted activity for 2015. What's the result at the end of that? We get to our ending fund balance. And our ending fund balances are healthy. For the general fund, we will end with $14.7 million, which is 46% of our appropriated expenditures. For all county funds, we end with almost $65 million in fund balance, which is 71% of appropriated expenditures. The next column over shows the net change in fund balance, and you will see that there are some large negatives in this column. We do plan to move fund balance between operations and capital, as we'll see further on in the presentation. So you see some movement there in the general fund. In other areas, the library, there's also transfers of fund balance between the library capital reserve fund and the library operations. And in the housing fund, where we plan on making some significant investments in employee housing, you will see there is also a $6.5 million negative as we're using down our fund balance in the housing fund for investments. Questions on this table?
Go ahead, George.
Tony, on this page, we're showing the total general fund budgeted expenditures at 31,849, but the page before, you just have your total expenditures at 25,734, and I know you've added almost $6 million from the general fund capital, but why would it have shown up somewhere on the page before?
The capital we show in a separate spreadsheet. So on the spreadsheet before, it's only the operations that we're showing.
Okay.
And then we will show the capital spreadsheet in just a couple slides here.
Okay, so in essence, what you're saying, the 2015 budget for general fund is 31,849 at this point is being presented?
Correct, with
Okay.
capital. We were just showing the operating five-year
Right,
plan.
but
on
we
the
look at the
sheet.
total general fund.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question, and it'll probably be answered when we get to the proposed general fund capital plan, as George was referring to. But in this sheet, under the general fund capital line, we're transferring in this $5.5 million, which the discussion is going to be later in our budget process, the facilities upgrade and those sorts of things. But the ending fund balance is $5 million at the end of 2015. So should not some of that transfer potential, and I'm sure we'll get more into this, should not some of that transfer potentially happen in year 2016, or why are we front-loading this so much? And again, I know we'll get to the answers when we get deeper into this, but we've got a starting balance of under $1 million right now. We're putting all this money in, and we're going to bank it there for basically over 12 months because the fund balance is going to be over $5 million at the end of 2015. So why the big transfer in 2015 versus some now, some in 2016, and look at it at a different budget? And I'm not saying you have to answer that question now, but that's one of the things that I noticed on this.
Yeah, we could split it between the 2 years. We will not spend the whole $5.5 million in 2015, but it does show you the full effect of what we're planning to do with the fund balance, so you can see that right up front.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a pie chart that shows all of Pitkin County, all of our different funds. Gives you a little snapshot so you can see the relative proportion of different parts of our budget. 91 million total is our expenditure budget, which is an 11% increase over 2014. Most of the increase is due to investments in infrastructure and facilities, investments in our housing fund, and you can see the big blue section is our general fund operations, and the red slice of pie right above that is general fund capital. Those two sections together make up 35% of the whole county budget. The next pie takes just the general fund part and splits that out so that you can see how much weight each part has, with general government, law enforcement, and capital spending being our largest areas, for a total of $31.8 million. Here we come to our general fund balances, which is how much money we have set aside that is not appropriated, how much we have sitting in the bank. We predict that we will end 2014 with $16.8 million. At the very bottom of the chart is the light green, that's our Tabor Reserve, which is required by law. The yellow section are restricted funds, money is set aside for specific purposes like the Veterans Memorial, Tipsy Taxi, park dedication fees. The green section, the dark green, is our contingency, which together with Tabor we set at a level of 16.7% of our expenditures. And you'll see that it grows over time as we expect our expenditures to be growing. The blue section is our unreserved fund balance for the general fund. We will start with $11 million in unreserved fund balance. So our plan of moving money over into the capital, over into the red section, is to take half of our unreserved general fund balance and move it into capital to set us up for our large infrastructure investments that we would propose to do in our capital fund. So the red section we expect to move up and down as we save up money, spend money, save up money, spend money. Our red section of capital fund balance will vary a lot over the years. But our blue section, apart from the first year where we're doing a transfer of fund balance, we have one-time deficit spending for a few specific projects, and then after that it grows. We expect it to grow over the first 5 years by $2.6 million, except for then our adjustments into the blue, or I'm sorry, into the green, into our contingency. And you'll see that the net result as we go along is a growing fund balance. After we've spent almost $20 million in facilities, our low point in 2016 is after the facilities expenditures. But even at our low point, we are still at a total of $10.5 million in general fund balance. John, did you want to add?
I think as
to
we
this,
get
or
further
we'll go
down,
further?
we'll talk more about fund balance.
We are going to come back to this chart and talk about it some more.
Revenues. I think I'd go back to slide 5. Slide numbers are, yeah, there we go, to the 5-year plan. The upper half of this slide shows our general fund operating revenues. There are about 13 or 14 of these revenues, but realistically, the top 3 constitute almost 2/3 of the revenues to this. Those top 3 are sales taxes, property taxes, and community development fees. Throughout the year, we're always looking at all of these fees, but we probably focus the most on sales tax and ComDev fees because they have the chance of the most volatility. And in looking at them, we're looking at what are the current year projections, what's a year-end projection, and what's next year going to look like. We have a financial advisory board, which has members who have experience in banking, real estate, financial services, and retail. And it's a great group because they have a lot of different opinions and a lot of different experience. We meet in August, and we talk about specifically, again, sales tax, property tax, ComDev fees, and interest income. And we come up with projections for next year and actually for the next 5 years. In the past, we've been somewhat conservative in our projections, and we have been pleasantly surprised in that the numbers have come in much higher, which is one of the reasons why we have added to fund balance over the years. Between expenditures and revenues have the greatest amount of volatility. We're not in a business where we're selling gasoline or one of these things which has great volatility on the expenditure side. So realistically, it comes down to sales tax and ComDev fees as the most volatile areas. And I'll try and walk you through how we project these.
John?
Yes.
On slide 5, you have sales tax, and then 48% in the bracket.
Yeah.
On slide 10, you have 43% of the 2% tax. Could you break down out of what happens to 100% of the sales tax, of the 2% sales tax?
100% of the sales tax is a little over $8 million. So on a comparative level, I think in here, the property tax is shown as $6.9 million. So half of that money, in this case, it's 48% goes to the operating side, and 52% of that tax, sales tax, goes to the capital side. And I think the capital expenditure budget is on page 18. You can see where that comes in. So when I'm talking about these revenues, I'm including the $8 million in this total here, even though it's...
And John, because Steve, just to be clear, there's one breakdown before that, which is, I think is the 43%, which is the municipal share. So when we collect the sales tax, right, 57% is being divvied up to the municipalities according to the percentage of sales tax that they collect. 43% comes to the county. Of that 43%, which is about the 8 million, then it's divided between capital and operating. That's the percentage.
43% on slide 10 would be
The municipal versus county.
what the
Yeah.
county's getting 43%.
Correct.
But then when we split up that 43%,
Yeah,
operating gets 48% of that, and capital gets 52%.
correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
so let's just go back to the beginning for the public. Picken County has a 2% sales tax. And of that 2%, Picken County has a fixed portion, which is 43%. The remaining 57% of the 2%, if I haven't lost you already, goes to City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, and Town of Assault. And their percentages are flexible. They're adjusted annually based on a backward-looking 24-month as to who has done what actual economic activity. So the 8 million really represents our 43% of the 2%. And then we take it and we split it up again between capital and operating.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You may get to this, John, but why are we showing sales tax revenues going down in the 2015 budget? Am I reading that correctly?
We're estimating them off of budgeted numbers,
Well,
right?
It's
Yeah.
also the percentage split.
Oh, the percentage.
Between operations and capital, we split the sales tax every year, and we do roughly 50-50. But it varies from year to year depending on the needs, on if we have more needs on the operations side or on the capital side. And so last year, we had 53% of sales tax going into operations and 47% into capital. We've kind of flipped that this year. So that's why you see more in the 2014 budget. It's not that we're actually getting less, it's that we're taking a smaller percentage for operations and putting more over into the capital side.
So wouldn't we, at least for me, wouldn't be clearer just to show what we're anticipating in total revenues from sales tax like we're doing for property tax, and then have that broken down in terms of percentages going to capital spending? Because
I
right
think
now
we
it looks
could
like
do that. I think that's
it's a little confusing for me
Right.
anyway.
I think
Overall,
when we
the-
go to slide 10, when we go to the next slide that John's going to talk about, you're going to see the total number. Yeah.
Rachel?
I tend to agree with George, though, in terms of presentation, when we produce the final budget document for other people to understand, and maybe even if just the 48% in parens is expanded to explain that it's 48% of the county's,
8 million total.
yeah, or something like that, just so someone else looking at the budget could understand it more readily.
Yeah, because when we had the financial advisory group that came by a few weeks ago, and we came up with a number, their projection was an increase in sales of about 5.5%. So you would think that, and on this line, that would reflect the increase in revenues over 2014.
Yes, and based on the total $8 million, each percentage point is worth about $80,000. The problem is, that, again, we shifted from 53 to 48, which
Right.
that 5% is worth $400,000. So I think we do need kind of a total chart, and then show you the split between
That
the
would
two.
too.
Rachel?
Before
Go ahead.
before we leave revenues, I have to admit, I'm concerned about the payment in lieu and taxes line. We are federally in fiscal year 2015 now, and there is no budgeted payment in lieu of taxes revenue at all allocated. It may be the election season holding it up. But coming back from Malta, I understand there's a Dear Colleague letter being circulated in Congress now to please fund payment in lieu of taxes going forward, and at least at that report at that time, none of the Colorado representatives have signed on to that letter yet. And so I'm just concerned with the sequester and deficit cutting. It seemed to be a very deliberate thing not to have included PILT long-term in the Farm Bill when that was passed. We only got a one-year allocation. So, we're kind of depending on $1 million going forward every year over the next 5 years that we have no assurity from any of our federal representatives that they will fight for that.
And what we've done is we do have a certain amount of risk there, obviously. Historically, it's one of those things that the government likes to wait till actually beyond the last minute to approve. But we have reserved, we've made a 25% reduction in our projection from what we currently received. Now, does that take care of an all or nothing scenario? No. But we're looking at $1 million risk on a roughly $25 to $30 million budget. We're willing to take that risk because what's happened in the past is that by being too conservative, we wind up at the end of the year with too much money and certain things don't happen. And so we have to be a little bit more aggressive sometimes, knowing what we've seen in the past. And I think this budget reflects it in the sales tax projection, in the ComDev projection, and probably in some indirect way in the PILT projection also.
Yeah. I'm just very concerned about PILT at this time going forward, especially last year was one of the first years we got the full amount. We had gotten a percentage of what is due us under the American Reinvestment Act when they were trying to stimulate the economy. And so it's just very questionable whether we'll get that full amount in 2015, and maybe just starting with the 2015 being dialed back would make some sense, because we're projecting that we'll receive 100% payment based on this. And, there's even ongoing lawsuits right now with the federal government about the feds trying to claw back some of the percent of PILT as a sequester measure. And so people are thinking, well, if 2015 goes forward and they weren't able to claw back, they'll probably authorize less in 2015 at the very least. So that's just a big unfortunate question mark because it's hits all counties heavily.
I know we had this conversation last year as well, the same concern. I forget how we ended up addressing that when we looked at last year's budget, because we were in the same spot as we are this year with
I think last year we budgeted 884.
Yeah, we had rolled back.
We did roll that back a certain percentage.
A little bit more, and again, I think as John said, we're trying to make as accurate a prediction based on what's happened historically, because you don't necessarily want to take it all out for the 5 years because historically they've come back. We can certainly look at, do we adjust the 2015, amount down? We can certainly take a look at that. I don't think zero's the right number, but I agree
with
there
that.
needs to be some, conservative measure in there. And overall in the 5-year plan, even if we bring this down, it increases that first year deficit, but we're balanced. We have room to do that and stay balanced because we have about 2.5 million in the surplus. So if we take this down 300, 400, 500,000, we're still at that 2 million mark. So we can look at that.
And I would bring it up during open discussion, but it's timely now. I think we really need to write a letter to our full congressional and Senate delegation now to say, hey, we're in budget cycles and we're doing 5-year projections and this is money owed us, and what are you doing to ensure that PILT will be paid to counties? But I really would strongly urge us to start that effort now. There was a fly-in in support of PILT done by NACO Public Land Steering Committee. I know John Martin went and represented our valley in our area and then other western states, and that occurred just in September. They generated a lot of press. They did not generate any action or bills actually being introduced.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rob.
I have another question about sales tax, since we were kind of there as well. In the summary in the beginning of our packet, sales tax reads, the little brief assumption says the 2014 sales tax collection has been stronger than projected, up 8.9% through August, and are projected to finish 5.9%. So
That's correct.
we're projected to have a dip in sales tax for the next.
Well, again, this is where, when you look at trying to be exacting in projecting revenues,
Yeah.
in the background, we're trying to be conservative in certain areas. Now, we're not trying to say that we're going to be 8.9% up through the end of the year. We've seen nothing but rises the entire year. But we're trying to be conservative in this year-end projection because it really starts where your base is. If we hit the 8.9%, that means that we're going to be 3% up on day one. Okay? And if we don't...
For 2015.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
no, I
we-
understand the conservativeness of it.
So, and that's where I think we see ourselves potentially covering, if something does happen to Pilt, we've got a conservative estimate here and other places. So,
And I
again,
made
we don't want to
yeah.
get too far and too gutsy, especially given,
Sure.
it's October, the stock market is getting a little funny. We're in the...
Hasn't snowed yet. It
Yeah,
has snowed.
We've been 5.5
Snow
years
are we
into
gonna
a
have?
recovery.
Certainly. Yeah.
There's other things happening out there between
Yeah.
Ebola and ISIS and everything else. So we're just trying to take it easy.
Yeah.
Historically, December is our biggest month. It constitutes somewhere between 13 and 14% of the total sales tax revenue. So we don't really know where we are until, February.
And I guess we're another month into it since we met with the Financial Advisory
Correct.
Board, and I made the argument at that point that, in my opinion, the Financial Advisory Board should be giving us information that's as most accurate to the best of their knowledge and not making policy decisions on how conservative or the county should be. That should happen at this board level. And at this point, being up close to 9%, we would have to be down 10% to finish up at 5.9. And I don't think there's anybody out there that thinks that the next 4 months, well, it's after August, so is that 5 months? That's 4 months, are going to be down 10%. So it's a false assumption for us to make our decisions on moving forward.
So if I could just jump in, oh, sorry.
Well, I just want to say, we had this conversation, though, and we had that discussion, and this is what, as a policy, we agreed to move that forward. So I'm not sure, we could revisit that, but we had that discussion several weeks ago.
And additionally, I think that if we go back to one of John's earlier statements, that each 1% is worth about $80,000. And so the difference between 9 and 5.9, that's $180,000 in the budget. So, I think that is a manageable level of concern, and we will adjust it down. We'll have an idea by that December 15th date what December is looking like.
And generally, our practice, one, the board needs to know, and that Rob, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but we actually have been more aggressive in our estimates this year than we have in years past. So we've tried to address some of that bent. And two, we're managing a number of revenue lines. And so historically, what happens is this practice of being a little bit on the conservative side. We have some revenues, maybe Pilt this year, that come in lower than expected. We have other revenues that generally come in higher than expected. We have a good history, though, of coming in at least slightly, sometimes a little bit more than slightly above our revenue estimates and slightly under on our expenditure estimates. And that typically puts us in a healthy position. We think we've been a little bit more aggressive, but still with I agree with you 100%. If I were to take a bet today, do we end this year's sales tax higher than 5.9? I would take that bet. On our total revenues, with all the different ones that we're managing going up and down, I think we're in a pretty reasonable estimate right now. And we do try and bring that discussion to the board. It is kind of mid-year. We're, as staff, planning for what we're going to recommend to you. So,
And I agree with George. We did come up with a policy decision based on the Financial Advisory Board, but we also ended that conversation by saying that we would relook at it during the budget process. And that's through August, and I would note that September sales tax dollars were up 12% in the city of Aspen, and those numbers are already out. So that was a big increase in one more month to that sales tax dollar number.
Yeah, from a historical standpoint, since 1972, the largest drop we ever had on a year-to-year basis was 17%, and that was in 2009. Now, when we were sitting here in 2008, the stock market had already been going down for 14 months for us to be in the subsequent year to take the hit. So it's a conservative number, I'm not going to kid you, but again, we have some plus and minus types of projections within this, and I think the sales tax one, based on what we've seen,
Yeah,
appears to
what's
be
interesting is, you know, RAFTA uses our numbers and all the different counties, municipality numbers to come up with their budget. And at our last budget meeting, our numbers were higher than the city of Aspen and Snowmass, which was really interesting, because usually we're sort of
Usually
in the
they're
same
the reverse.
range.
below.
So Aspen was like 4.3, and Snowmass was 3.8. We were at 5.5, which I found sort of interesting. So they're even more conservative than us, at least when RAFTA was collecting this data just a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
and just for the record, we've gone forward to slide 10 now, where you can look at that sales tax graph. That might be helpful for this discussion presentation.
Yeah, typically the recommendation of the FAB has been in the 3 to 3.5% increase. Based on a couple of years of over or outperforming those numbers, those projections, they've pushed it to actually 5% for 2015 and 2016, and then returning to 3.5% for the last 3 years of the 5-year projection. We believe this is a makeable number, barring some crazy event, and it is more aggressive for us. Any more questions about sales tax? Okay.
Good discussion.
Okay. Community development fees. It's really two parts, planning and zoning fees and building fees. The planning fees are reasonably steady, and it has to do with it's based on an hourly rate as opposed to a value-based rate. So if inflation and or more expensive houses are happening, that pushes up the building side because those are calculated on value. The P&Z fees are more often than not based on hourly wages to look at things. We've seen huge increase in demand, both on the city side and the county side. In addition to that, in the last 2 years, we've looked at the collection process and have attempted to change our process to capture fees which we previously didn't capture. And it has to do with valuation and looking at the jobs in the beginning and at the end. Overall, the numbers, as this chart shows, on the building side, have gone up dramatically. I think for the projection for next year, we're looking at a 15% increase and then a 6.9% increase on the out years. Any questions about ComDev? And I'll add one thing. Historically, there's been somewhat of a lag from when the economy starts to dip. It's probably 12 to 18 months. Wherein if the economy is seen as having problems, we see sales tax a lot quicker. Because of the nature of the building process, people are already in the 6 months to a year into the planning process, and they may decide that a down economy is actually a better opportunity to build. So they push on. So you don't really see an immediate decrease in this area. Okay. Investment income. At one time, this constituted as much as 5% of our total income. Due to the drop to nearly zero in interest rates, it's become less than 1% of the total. But everybody likes to talk about it. I think for this next, for 2015, we're looking at 0.6% average. I think we've been as low as 0.5. And I think it's running around 0.6 this year. 2016, it moves up to 2.2. It goes up to 3.7 in 2017 and into the 4s in the out years. For 2015, there's very little risk with this. It's more in the out years that there's risk, and obviously we would change those if we see a continuing zero interest rate policy basically from the government. So for a 2015 basis, there's not a lot of risk here. Any questions?
Steve?
So we're basically predicting that the Federal Reserve Bank will loosen up money and interest rates will rise. And if they don't, then we'll just keep that line and the rest of the
Quite frankly, in the last couple of years, that we've just kept pushing it out. And someday it will happen.
The question I would ask is, doesn't it seem to be a bit of a steep curve coming back up? I mean, I can based on our track record, I believe the 2015 number is good, but it just seems to be a little bit too steep of a curve coming back up to me. I mean, I don't know if others feel that same way, but to think we might be at 4% interest, that's going to be translating into 4 or more % inflationary rates going forward at that time, and I just see it as a pretty steep climb. I'd prefer something a little more gradual, but that's myself.
And
did
maybe
we
next
do
year
this?
it would be worthwhile to or for our next meeting, worthwhile to include the one-page sheet that the Financial Advisory Board used for this, because it does base off of state and federal estimates for this as well, not just, I mean, there was data points that the Financial Advisory Board made this recommendation to us based on those things, and I agree with you. It seems like a steep, scary path
Maybe it's
for
just the graph.
various aspects to our economy. And I think you touched on the big one, which is this is one of the big indicators of future inflation. And so I guess my question when we get to the expenditure side of things in reference to this chart is, are we taking into account future inflation? I mean, I know we talked about it with the facilities master plan, that one of the benefits of looking at this project now and taking advantage of this is that the cost of building is projected to follow this. The cost of, and it's not just the cost of building, it's a lot of the other things that we purchase as a county, throughout our entire budget. So I just hope that on the expenditure side, we see and are shown a reflection of this increase. Investment income is not a direct correlation to inflation, but it does have some correlation aspects in the economy. So,
And to give you a partial answer on that, 2/3 of the expenditures within the general fund are about labor and benefits.
yeah.
And we have 3% in there, up to 3.5% next year, and then 3.25% on the outgoing years, which I think in a comparison to projected inflation, we're covered there. So I think that's a big chunk. In addition, gas prices are down 20%, and that's, I think we spend roughly about $500,000 a year on fuel. So I think we already have a fair amount of it somewhat indirectly booked into it. The building is a totally different thing, and it's no different than I think what we saw potentially in paving over the last 5 years. If the economy does slip, we may find ourselves in a position to think prices are actually dropping.
Sure.
It's a better time to build.
Or bids for projects. I mean, we've seen
Right.
several bids come in already at extreme amounts over what we had projected those bids would come in, which is another inflationary indicator. So it's something to be concerned about with our long-term planning, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, so before we get into the specific recommendations, we just need to take a second and celebrate, because over the last several years, we've made significant changes to our budget, and sometimes we had the same kinds of concerns about whether we're taking on too much risk or what have you. And we don't always step back to recognize that over the last 3 years, we've spent almost $15 million on just our transportation infrastructure. So that includes the pedestrian pass at the underpass at the ABC, the road and drainage improvements at the ABC, asphalt overlays on 17 miles of roads, Castle Creek and others, the chip seal and subsidence issues on Frying Pan. These were all issues that we were really struggling with a few years ago, trying to figure out how to fund. We came up with a game plan that involved similar types of use of fund balance and balancing between operations and capital, and we're able to do that. We're also able to make some improvements in IT and facilities. Obviously, we have a lot farther way to go on facilities, is our feeling. At the same time, we were also able to make operating improvements. We were able to add resources to our Human Services Department and create a continuum of services between our residents in Eagle County and Pitkin County. We completed a Western Maroon Creek plan and absorbed the additional workload, sometimes with the addition of FTEs and community development, but we're able to make those operating adjustments and keep ourselves in very, very healthy financial condition. And so today what we're going to be talking about is really, we're facing those same kinds of challenges, and it's really about how do we implement the strategic plan and keep providing a high level of service to our citizens. And every time we meet around the budget and as we present the budget to you, we use the strategic plan as our structure. So in terms of the context for the specific recommendations for appropriations that we're going to get into next, really we had 3 core focus meetings with our staff, managers and section leaders, to talk about what are our challenges, what should we be doing to implement the strategic plan. And out of those 3 different meetings, 3 common themes emerged that crossed the entire organization. Number 1 was facilities. Staff is challenged by inadequate facilities, whether it be public safety, whether it be community development, clerk and recorders and elections. Our own meetings here, we try and bounce around the entity so we can accommodate other functions. And so facilities really emerged as the number 1 threat to our ability to continue to provide high quality services. And those facility issues spread beyond the general fund, right? They spread beyond the project that we're talking about here. We're having a discussion about our facilities at the airport. The library is looking at renewing and modernizing their facilities. It is a broad discussion right now that we've reached this period with facilities of needing to renew and modernize facilities. The same was true of information technology. This was the second most common reiterated theme throughout the organization. And it's not you know, a complaint about the service that we've been getting from our historic partnership with the city of Aspen. It's what that partnership didn't provide. And technology's changed, right? 30 years ago when we got into our partnership, IT was used by a couple departments, typically finance and maybe an engineering department with very unique applications and only a few people using them. Today, I'm sitting in front of you with 3 devices in front of me tracking different things that are going on, whether it be email or this presentation or what have you. Technology has changed to become ubiquitous and core to every service that the county offers. And it's become more specialized to each one of those services. And so we've talked a lot about needing to make adjustments in our organization so we can better understand the opportunities to apply technology to be more efficient and effective in delivering services, and quite frankly, to meet the expectations of the next generation of citizens that will serve and guests that will serve, who are going to expect to be able to access services online, not inline, basically. And so we talked a lot about the need to build our capacity as an organization to analyze our business processes and implement smart technology solutions. Third, really this could be talked about a couple of different ways, but we continue to feel more competitive pressure as the economy improves nationally, particularly in our state. Our state is doing better than a lot of other parts of the nation. And locally, our economy is doing well. We're experiencing more and more competition, particularly for professional positions. So making sure that we're investing in our human infrastructure in terms of our pay, our benefits, our training programs, and also, as you'll see, addressing capacity needs where workloads have genuinely gotten higher so that we're not burning people out unnecessarily. These were the 3 themes that cut across all the core focus areas. They cut across every department in the county. And again, as we had conversations, whether it was in core focus meetings, whether it was when we brought the section leaders and managers together to check the results of those core focus meetings, and the budget review team. Again and again, we confirmed these are the 3 areas that need to be the core focus of our budget, or we risk being able to continue providing a high level of service to our citizens. So in our recommendations, you're going to see us coming back to these 3 areas, and this is really what we focused on in the budget. So we're all about renewal and modernization. If there's an overall theme in this budget across the different funds, that's it.
Okay, next we're moving to look at our capital plan, and slide number 17 and 18 go together. In our capital plan, we have 5-year investments that total $8.9 million in roads. Over the full 10-year plan, we average about $2 million a year in roads, although it fluctuates up and down year to year. In our facilities, over the next 5 years, it has $22.9 million, most of that being the renewal of the plaza building and construction of the second building. Vehicles and heavy equipment, $4.2 million for replacements over the next 5 years. And then we have information technology, some dispatch projects also. Our total is $6 million in 2015 and $40.3 million over the next 5 years. Now this is funded by 52% of our sales tax, as we mentioned before. We plan on using $12 million in certificates of participation, and we'll stop in a minute and talk about what that is. Using $5.5 million in operating fund balance. And then we have some other minor revenues, road impact fees, sale of vehicles, and so on.
Connie, you said, maybe I didn't hear it correctly, on the roads, at 8.9 million over 5 years, but you said something about includes 2 million, around 2 million annually in terms of maintenance?
Yes, if you look at the full 10-year plan and average out the amount that we're spending on roads, it comes to right at about $2 million a year on average over the 10 years.
And that includes maintenance and capital projects?
That's right.
Okay.
And so slide number 18 shows our capital plan. We start again with revenues on the top, 52% of sales tax, for a total of about $4.5 million in revenue. And then we have our different sections, information technology, dispatch, vehicles, and so forth. Your budget binder does have details on all of these different areas. If you go to the 4th tab in the budget binder, you will find detailed replacement schedules for each of these different sections if you want to dig down and see a little bit more what is involved in each of these. That tab in your binder also has replacement schedules for other county funds and departments, and so you can see all of the detail involved in our budget. Under roads, our largest projects for 2015 are Snowmass Creek and Capitol Creek, a chip seal and overlay, for a total of $2 million in roads in 2015. And then facilities, of course, is our largest area. And in this spreadsheet, you'll see some yellow highlighted areas. And those are just to kind of pull out the areas that are related to our facility infrastructure renewal for 2015 and 2016. In 2015, we have planning money to start planning the projects and laying them out, and then our large construction money is in 2016. We also have a 15% contingency in the facilities.
A couple of questions.
And I don't know if this would make any significant difference, but I raised this question last year when we look at the road impact fees. And so you've got a straight number straight across for the next 10 years, and whether we should be looking at increasing those road impact fees because as construction continues, and I'm seeing the deterioration of roads based on those heavy truckloads.
I think, George, we should probably take an opportunity to step back, particularly on all our development-related fees, and have a process where we're adjusting those in smaller increments and really looking at those during the budget process. We also have a larger structure question, I think, that we've committed to come back and talk to you guys about with our building and planning fees once we have an idea really where the valuation piece settles out now that we've improved that process. But I think you're right. We don't have any real set process to create an expectation of how do we escalate those fees to match what's changing in terms of costs or what have you, and that's certainly something we can look at. That's not anticipated in this budget, so that would only be an enhancement.
Right,
Yeah.
and the other question I have, because I know we have, in terms of facilities, a design X amount allocated for this next year, specifically perhaps looking at a proposed new building. And I just recall Steve's comment on when we had that discussion, whether we should be looking at doing a zero net energy on that new building. And if that were the case, and that may increase how we would approach that building and design and engineering and how you do an not a request, RQF versus
RFP.
versus RFP, it'd be
So,
different.
I'll probably ask Dave or Jody to help me out with this one, but the intent during design was to be able to bring back a menu of options really for the board, so that we've already anticipated that the board is going to want to have some decision points really in that design process to say, okay, here's what we think it would take to bring this building to, whether we call it a LEED Platinum or a zero net. we had anticipated adding this much to the project versus, you know, the different levels that we could build to. So you can make a decision based on kind of cost benefit and the values of this organization. So we've already anticipated being able to bring that discussion back to you as part of the design. I'll just look at Dave, that's what we're anticipating to do. So we did hear that discussion from you the first time when we built this budget.
I'm just curious, but how do you get those numbers? I mean, how do you determine the differences as you build this budget?
Well, the budget right now, as we discussed, is based on kind of a lead silver, lead gold sort of a level, which I think is our minimum that we would want to do here. And then our proposal out to the design teams will ask them, hey, we're going to want to investigate those higher levels of things that we might do, which again is fairly typical these days on these types of municipal facilities. I mean, most everybody wants to at least explore that option to know what that cost is and what the payback is. So it's a pretty straightforward response that we would get. They're used to it. And then when we start to dial in, well, how does that play out here on our site? What strategies might we implement to try to get to a net zero? We'll just have kind of, as John said, a shopping list of, well, here's what we could do. Here's how we could implement geothermal, which obviously here would be really hard. But here's how we could accomplish that, and here's the price tag to do it. That would be kind of a mid-year sort of a dialogue, because we can't get too far into the design until we resolve some of those things. So our proposal is going to say, take me X far, which is schematic level, concept schematic level, and then we're going to stop. We'll have some of those dialogues about where do we want to go with it, and then we'll head down whatever road makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so back on our capital fund spreadsheet, down towards the bottom, we have a line that says annual surplus or deficit. And you will see that in 2015 and 2016, we do have deficit spending. But then all of the years following that all have surpluses. And so in order to accomplish the deficit spending, we will bring in the $5.5 million in fund balance from general fund operations, but then also $12 million in certificates of participation. We then estimate that our lease purchase payments will be $900,000 a year after that. And that does leave us down at the very bottom line with a positive fund balance throughout the 10-year plan.
Can you explain certificates of participation?
Yeah, I think we'll have Tom Oken step up for that one.
And while Tom's making his way up through the maze here, this is a financing mechanism that the county has used for a number of facilities, including the one that we're in right now, the Public Works facility, and I believe the Schultz building. Was the Schultz building a COP?
No.
Okay, but the Public Works in this building were. Okay.
We're financed that way. Basically, what certificates of participation are is they're certificates of participation in the lease payments. And so structurally what happens is we construct a facility, we sell that facility to a capital leasing corporation, which we already have set up. That capital leasing corporation issues the equivalent of debt, its debt, which are called these certificates of participation. And so what the security is for that is the leasing corporation or capital leasing corporation leases the facility back to the county on a lease purchase arrangement, typically over 20 years. And so the county makes lease payments for the facility for 20 years, and then at the end of that 20-year period, title is transferred from the corporation back to the county. So it's a financing mechanism like issuing bonds, but it's not debt of the county. The county has annual lease payments, and at any time, it could quit leasing the facility, in which case the Capital Leasing Corporation still owns the facility, and they could lease it to someone else or whatever. That's the security for the lenders to the Capital Leasing Corporation is the facility itself, the fact that the Capital Leasing Corporation owns that.
Well, it's
And-
kind of like a mortgage.
Except that it's not, the big difference is in a mortgage, when you have a mortgage, you've accepted the risk yourself. In a way, in this case, the risk has gone to the Capital Leasing Corporation and investors in the certificates. It gives the county is only at risk for annual appropriations. It's, believe it or not, despite how complicated it sounds, it is a very common tool that's used throughout Colorado and other areas to provide a financing mechanism, particularly when you don't have to go out for a tax to fund the project.
So can you describe it as somebody else is building this building and we have a 20-year buyback lease on it?
It's a lease purchase arrangement would be the simplest. So instead of a mortgage, it's really a lease purchase arrangement where you can walk away from that agreement at any time. You've lost then the lease payments you've put in, right? And then whoever is leasing you the building owns the asset and can do something else with
And
it.
then the interest rate is determined by,
That is going to be determined basically by what the leasing entity can finance the project for. And so what we have built in, we've anticipated
4.2.
roughly about 4.2% in these numbers. Frankly, if we were going out today, we probably do better. We wouldn't be going out till next year, and you know, at some point we are projecting interest rates are going to go up.
Steve?
On the line where it says lease purchase payment starting in 2017, is that the mechanism that we are paying that money back?
That's
The 12
correct.
million that we are basically borrowing to do the construction, and that's, we pay that back for 20 years?
20 years.
Or
20 years.
however we own it.
Yeah.
Like a copier, really.
And you said that we did this for the Public Works and for purchasing this building, but have we paid that completely off because there's no line item
Yep.
currently for the lease purchase?
Those were paid off in 2011. Originally, they were issued in 1988 and 2001, and then they were refinanced in 1998 at a lower interest rate. And so that 98 refinancing is what was paid off in 2011.
So we could pay it off at a faster rate because it was a lower interest rate,
We lowered basically our lease payments.
or just paid less per year,
Right,
but for the
yep.
same number of years?
Same term, but
George?
So is it normal to use these certificates for new building versus remodels?
Yes. You can use them for either, actually. It's really about, typically the leasing entity will want the value of the asset that debt is being issued against to roughly equal the amount of certificates of participation. And so it's actually a little more challenging on the remodel side. So really what you see is roughly what we're estimating the construction cost to be of the building in the back without the soft costs, without the contingencies, right? As this certificate of participation portion. And then we've got cash in the deal, both through the fund balance transfer and the use of sales tax revenue to fund the remodel of this building and some of the soft costs of the whole project.
and that's why we wouldn't be looking at issuing certificates of participation for the library remodel?
Well, in that case, the library has been able to build up a fund that we believe will be able to accomplish the entire project. And so in that case, you're probably better off not paying interest, but going ahead and using the cash. So we're suggesting for the library right now, because they've been successful in getting donors and folks contributing to that project, that would be on a cash basis because they can. We don't have the fund balance to accomplish this project all on a cash basis, and so we're suggesting a pay-as-you-use basically strategy for the new square footage.
Rachel?
Yeah, a couple things. It seems that we'll probably be getting into the building discussion separate as a larger item, separate from the budget as a whole. And I would imagine there might be some decision points at that time as to whether we would like to use more of our general fund reserves and issue lower cost lease payments, you know, and work those things out over time. But I guess I wanted to ask the bigger question of Tom and others is, you know, these sort of became in vogue to use as Tabor came into place. And I do recall there were some Tabor challenges to certificates of participation. And I'm just wondering, is it settled law that these are a valid financing structure for municipal and county governments in Colorado?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's lawsuits
we've done it.
Yes.
were lost.
20, 30 years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have another question regarding this. I understand the financial aspects of this, and not that John Ely needs to answer this, but from a legal standpoint, what do these contracts look like? Because we own the underlying land. They're going to be building the building. We're going to be leasing the. Do we lease the land to them for a 99-year lease so that in case we, not that I think we're going to default, but in case we do default, then they have the use of the land for the 99 years and then it comes back to us? Or, I mean, how does the legal contract of this lease agreement for the purchase, for the value of putting up the investment work?
With respect to the land, I'm uncertain how exactly they work that out, because the ones we've done in the past, this building we acquired and paid for the acquisition cost, although interestingly it had a land lease under it, so we didn't actually own the land. It was on a lease purchase, but with the selling party, with another party. But the Public Works facility, we acquired the land and constructed the facility and paid most of that cost with. So there, here, and Public Works, you had both land and a building. But buildings alone are done commonly, so I'm sure they have a route to figure that out. But
Yeah.
that's why we hire bond attorneys that have all this stuff figured
Human
out.
Services is, the hospital owns the land, just to make it even.
And so, Rob, the deals all look a little bit different depending on the, you know, nature, one, of the property and facility and potential future use and the investment. So that's something we can go into in far more detail. But, you know, the real key is that they have a mechanism to get the investment back out of the property before any ownership reversion. So.
Rachel?
And when we get to those decision points, would we have a comparison of the cost to do certificates of participation versus going out for a bond? And I realize that includes a bonding vote, but I'd love to see the cost comparison, roughly.
I mean, the beauty of this, what I understand, is you don't have to go for a vote.
That's
Yeah.
You can do this internally.
Yeah, and that's why some people consider it to be kind of a workaround of Tabor, and that's why there were legal challenges to it, and so that's why I was kind of concerned, are there any outstanding challenges or appeals still working their way through the courts or anything?
And just to be clear, this mechanism existed
Before
long
Tabor.
before Tabor. This is not, you know, this was not a financing mechanism created around Tabor. This has been used nationally by local governments and private entities to finance projects because of the risk transfer. And it's because of that risk transfer and that you're not making a multi-year obligation that it didn't fall under the restrictions of Tabor. So I just want to be clear and that has been tested several times and pretty thoroughly regarding the Tabor questions. But you're right, Rachel, because of that risk transfer piece. Typically, there's a small increase in the investment. It's not as much because COP deals have proven not to be much riskier than
Over time.
a regular bond deal, but there is a differential, and certainly our financial advisor, Tom, could probably lay some of that out for us in the future.
Thank you.
Next one.
We'll move on to general fund budget request. So today we're focusing on the BOCC request for the general fund. We will bring these requests back for approval during our core focus meetings, but we wanted to go over them today in a little bit more detail. We also have BOCC requests for the airport and open space, but we won't go into them in much detail today. On slide 19, we have a list of the BIOPs that staff recommends for 2015. These are already built into both our operating fund and capital fund. The total cost for 2015 is $944,000. Part of that is in the capital and part is in the general fund. And again, it's already built into the plans that you have seen earlier in the presentation. We start with 3 business process analysts in our BITS department. This is a new service that we have not had in the past. Departments very much felt the need to have help come in, not only to help them decide on software or technology solutions, but to help them with the business process that goes along with the technology in order to use it in the most efficient way possible. And we've seen this need in our core focus meetings, both with our section leaders and managers, that it's a cross-county need to be able to use technology in a more efficient way. And so the 3 business process analysts, one has already been approved in 2014 as a 1-year term limited position. That would be Nate, our Google analyst. And then 2 additional positions on top of that, and continuing Nate's position in an ongoing manner. And so those are 3 business process analysts. Next, we have a jail deputy, which gives the jail better shift coverage. It takes care of a need on their side. The third in our list is a project engineer manager for roads and transportation. This would be a position working under GR. And this is not a new service. We already have been contracting out for this service, but we think that we will have savings if we bring the service in-house rather than contracting out during our different projects. And we'll discuss this one more in our next core focus meeting too. In the clerk's office, there is a temporary FTE increase in the recording department, which has to do with succession planning and some big projects that they're taking on in recording. This is a matter of working efficiently to have the best use of staff's time now and in a transition phase. In the 5-year plan, it shows that there's a small cost associated with this change in positions, but if you draw that out over to 7 years, there's actually a savings in doing this shift in the FTEs in the recording department. So we feel that this is a very efficient use. We spend a little bit more up front, but then have savings over the long run. The clerk has also asked for some small FTE increases in the motor vehicle department. And here again, it's more about managing the department in an efficient manner, and it has a small cost associated with it.
You know, that's one thing that Michael has brought up to us before to consider, and we talked about it a little bit at the Eagle County meeting of, you know, how poor the service is at the Department of Motor Vehicles in Glenwood, and should we start to try to offer that service somehow in-house? I don't know if it's revenue neutral or not, or how much of a lost leader it is, but it seems like it's an idea we've kicked around a few times, but really haven't road tested it to understand what the implications would be, space concerns, can you do it just 2 days a week, do you lose money, do you break even? And I'd like to kind of take the time to explore that further at some point, you know.
Licenses? Yeah, driver's licenses.
So I just put that as a footnote, but, you know, we have talked about that as a, you know, it may be that the additional money that the Department of Revenue or the state allocated towards motor vehicle offices will make a difference in Glenwood Springs, but I haven't heard about it yet. And I know there were some particularly bad times when they had a lot of sick outs at the same day, but it still is an issue, and I don't think that this improvement and this part full-time is not about doing that. This is about vehicle registration portion, so I don't know if any of the other board members are interested in kind of getting a sense of what that would take. We might not even have the space for it in our current facilities, so.
And whether or not the state would allow us to do it.
The state does
because-
allow
Yeah.
counties to do this in some areas, so.
I mean, I think it's a good idea to pursue, and I would think that, as we discussed with Eagle County Commissioners, perhaps we want to partner with them and see whether we could actually
Do it at the Eagle County building.
utilize that space there and somehow have some sort of cooperative arrangement.
I know, I'm sorry.
Well, the government is judged by the poorest service, not by the best service. So when people get good service, they walk away and they're happy. But when they get poor service, which you get in Glenwood, that's how they judge all of government. So it may not really be our purview, but we should take it on because we can do better for our citizens.
Or at least evaluate the cost. I mean, if it's going to come at such a cost that it detracts from something else we're supposed to do, then, you know, I'd feel differently. But I'd love to have us start really vetting those options.
And
Well,
the viability of partnerships.
Yeah, but the cost, I mean, you're just offsetting the cost. So some individual drives 40 miles down, doesn't have the right papers, drives 40 miles back. The following week, they drive 40 miles down, 40 miles back. That's an expense, a large expense in time and transportation. So that's an offset to them, and that's why they think they're getting poor service. So, I mean, if you want to continue to offset those costs to the individual and say, well, it's your problem.
If I could,
Yeah.
you know, that's why I brought it up. I'd like to vet it and look at it and see what it costs. You know, there is an ongoing transfer of obligations of the feds to the states and to the states to the county. And that's part of why we saw CDOT asking us for money for the bridge in Glenwood Springs, because they are no longer raising the revenue they need to raise or pursuing taxpayer increases. And the same with Department of Revenue, Department of Motor Vehicles. So I want to be careful about how much of the additional expense of other organizations we take on. But I realize, as Michael's saying, and as we all kind of said, looking at the Grand Avenue Bridge, there's times when we need to do that just to keep things running.
Could I have a
Yeah.
question? I am not clear as to what you're looking for. Are you speaking to driver's license, or are you speaking to another office with registration? If you're speaking to driver's license, actually right now, clerks are researching the loss they are operating at. This includes counties that are taking over driver's license, such as Arapahoe County. Glenwood Springs does not operate the driver's license, oversee that, okay?
Right.
So departments, counties that are overseeing driver's license are operating as a loss. And they're now looking at what is that loss and how do we approach that in legislation in order to operate yeah, exactly. So if you want me to watch that, I'm happy to do that. But what I am observing is you're looking at walking into something where you're going to invest in space. Now you're going to invest in computer systems, which is another department, not the same department I'm working with right now, in addition to training staff, which there's a high turnover. Okay, so do you want me to research that? I can continue to keep my eyes peeled for that.
I think what I heard from the board was, let's analyze what the loss is and whether or not we should be allocating a portion of our budget to that, absorbing the loss to, as Michael said, bring the weakest link in the, government perception chain up a notch or two.
Now, the other thing that's happening is the state has put aside $93 million to look at, and we're going through the RFP right now, a new computer system. We operate at both departments, the driver's license and the registration, in a system then from the 1980s. We have green screens. We're programming. That's how old the system is. So that might bring efficiencies as well. So that may be something to watch, but that's a 3 to 5 year program we're looking at. And hopefully, and we're working through the RFPs to create efficiencies right now. So that's another, we can look at that too.
Rachel?
Janice, maybe if there's a few of the other counties who have actually already implemented and gone into the issuance, we could ask what was their stand-up cost to get it going, and how many do they process a year, because there's obvious differences in population sizes and potential demand use. I think it's just something we need to consider.
Sure, I can take a look at that. Okay.
Okay, before I go on further with the buy-up request, I'd like to mention that in your budget binder, the second tab does contain both the summary of the buy-ups, but it also has the full write-up of each buy-up request. So if you do want more detail on some of these requests, that is available for you in your budget binder.
And I just ask as a kind of a point of order, I don't have a timeline for our budget in our agenda package today, so I just want to make sure that someone's looking to keep us on track here and
We've got about 20 more minutes of time that we've budgeted
allocated
for the
this.
budget discussion, yeah. So you got a little bit more to suffer through here.
Next on our list is a facilities admin assistant. It was originally presented as an increase from a 60% FTE to an 80% FTE. That would be going from 3 to 4 days a week. During our budget review team discussions, we thought it was more logical to actually bring it up to 100%, 5 days a week. And as the facilities investment discussions have progressed, we may actually bring this buy-up request back to you earlier than January, because there is a need that we might need to actually start this change earlier than January 1st. So just a heads up on that.
So we'll be looking when we have the decision point in front of you. If it's something that the board supports, at that time we may come back to launch that a little bit earlier because of the timeline on facilities projects.
We have a small FTE increase in the senior center and contract oversight. These are basically no cost to the general fund because of increased healthy community fund revenues coming into the senior services, and they provide efficiency for senior services. In HR, there is a software system to better manage benefits and track employee history. And then also a one-time use of consulting services in order to reclassify the county pay plan. For fleet, a buy-up request was presented, but we are only recommending part of that buy-up request. Another part will defer down the road to a later date. The part that we did feel was necessary is to improve both the hardware and software for our fuel tank monitoring, dispensing, and tracking. And this will put us up into compliance with state regulations.
Is that a compliance issue, or is it also a savings issue moving forward in our budget? The
Uh,
tracking of fuel use? And that
First
stuff?
and foremost is the compliance issue.
It's to prevent leaking fuel, make sure you don't
It's
have
to
losses.
monitor. Right now, we're literally doing it manually with a stick. And so this is to, and the state has been patient with us, but they would like a more automated system that could track that and report any changes in fuel levels, especially those we don't expect from a leak, more quickly. And so this is one that we've been getting pushed on, and we probably don't have too much longer for the state's patience on this.
And that also related to the state's concern that some counties might be selling fuel. I mean, that's why they tried to clarify last year whether you could dispense and, you know, on a not-profit basis, sell to special districts and things like that within your county.
Yeah, well, and it would definitely provide for more automated and probably detailed record keeping, and fits pretty firmly in the four squares of modernizing from dipping a stick to having more telemetry, yeah.
Thanks.
Public Works Master Plan buy-up request was presented, but we have decided to do half of that in 2015 and the other half in 2017. The part that is approved for 2015 or recommended is for looking at the alternative fuel infrastructure and analyze partnering with RAFTA as they're looking to put in some natural gas infrastructure. And then the piece that we're pushing down a few years would be to do actually a master plan of the whole public works area and the facilities. There is a small amount of money for address corrections in the dispatch department. And then last on our list is the pay increase pool. In our 2014 budget, we approved a 3.5% pool of money to use for pay increases for both 2014 and 15. So our 5-year plan has a 3.5% built into our 2015 budget for our pay increase pool. And then we only had 3% in the out years, 2016 through 19. And we're recommending doing a slight increase from 3 to 3.25% in the out years.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'd imagine we're going through these today and are not going to revisit them each in great detail later. So I just want to kind of say that it seemed that there were at least some buy-up requests that were denied to bring this up more to like 3.5 in the future or 4% in the future. And I'd imagine that was department heads and managers perceiving this competitiveness and retention issue really coming more sharply into focus. I'm just wondering why 3.25 was settled on instead of some other number that might not be as even, like 3.30. or I mean, should we give ourselves a little more flexibility and a little more reality if we're starting to look at these 4% inflationary increases in 4 years as well? I mean, I want to make sure we're not tightening down the hatches so much to make the building seem very feasible. That we aren't being as realistic as we should be with our own people.
And the 3.25 is a compromised number during the budget review team, seeing what our resources are, how much can we plan at the moment. But we do have 3.5 for 2015, and as we then get in the following year, the 2016 budget, it will be revisited again. And we'll see what the competitive nature of jobs are and what inflation looks like, and we can revisit it.
Yeah. And how we arrived at that compromise, Rachel, is one, we're constantly analyzing the revenues, and quite frankly, at the time that the budget review team was looking at this, it was tighter between the proposed expenditures and the revenues. Everyone on the budget review team said, you know, our top priority, and we went through several exercises, we've got to address facilities. You know, what are we call them the big rocks that we have to get in the jar first before anything else. Facilities, IT. There was actually less pressure on pay through the different prioritization exercises we went through. I do think, all things being equal, you know, if we still are sitting on projected surpluses after we go through this exercise, if the board wants to revisit that in the out years, it's probably an appropriate thing for us to look at, and I think that the organization would be supportive of that too. We were just, with the information we had, there was definitely a prioritization, and that's where staff came out.
And I think that the best of all worlds, we'd have a 5-year, 3.5. And I think we felt it was easier to step it halfway currently, such that if we get to next year and things are going well, it just means a quarter point click to get there. So instead of a half.
Half or all in. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next slides show the detailed cost analysis for each of these buy-up requests. So it does show you the estimated out over 5 years what the effect of each of those requests is. I won't go into detail on this now, but do note that there are some that have savings, like the project Public Works engineering position does have net savings over the 5 years. Our total, again, is $3.3 million over 5 years for the recommended buy-up request. This does constitute an increase in FTEs for the county. And on slide 23, you'll see the beginning of 2014, what were the approved FTEs. Mid-year 2014, what has changed mid-year through supplemental requests, and then what is proposed in the 2015 budget. With the different mid-year requests that have come through, we've added 7.5 FTEs, and then in our budget, we are recommending adding another 5.7 for a total of 13.2 FTEs. Now that seems like a large number right off the bat, but some of these are not new services. There are a lot of these FTEs that are actually just replacing services that were contracted out before. And so I'd like to briefly talk about some of those. You'll see that in our technology department, our BITS department, mid-year we added 4 positions. 2 of those were GIS, which we previously contracted with the city to do. One was a network administrator. We also contracted with the city for that service. And then the 4th was an add-on, our Google Advocate, which is a new service that we did not have with the city. In our additional requests, 2 more business process analysts that we would like to add in 2015. That's an increase in service level to better help our departments function more efficiently. Earlier in 2014, we added 2 community development positions, which had been pending budget requests in our 2014 budget, and those were due to increased workload and an increase in revenues in community development. In our fleet department, the board just recently approved a new FTE that will be paid for through our contract with the Aspen Fire District. So again, that is not, it's a new service, but it's covered also by new revenues. As we mentioned, our Public Works engineer position is not a new service, it's just replacing a contract service. The positions that are actually new are our increase in facilities admin, moving that to a full-time position. We have a jail deputy, which is a brand new increase in service level. Are there questions on the FTEs?
Let me ask about the jail deputy. Is that a reflection of more load at the jail, or that they're insufficient at this point?
It's not necessarily related to more load, it's coverage. Yeah, historically, we've only had 1 deputy covering during those, what you'd call, I guess, the graveyard kind of shifts. Best practice is really to have at least 2 deputies in case there's an incident, both for the safety of our employees and for the safety of the inmates. And so the addition was to help with the scheduling so that they could have coverage.
Another question about the detention deputy. On the not recommended buy-up requests on page 28, it lists that this position as a not recommended one. One page it'll say,
Well, they requested two, and so the budget review team approved one of the two that were requested. The idea that they work with their scheduling and see if they can get the adequate coverage that they need, and then we'll watch overtime and such, and probably consider a future one if they're not able to accomplish that with the one.
Okay, I know I went over that kind of quickly, but we will come back to some of these positions as we're in our core focus meetings. On slide 24, it shows the historical levels of FTE from the county. You'll see that in 2010 and 2011, during the recession, we had a decrease in FTEs. And then as the economy improved, we added some FTEs back. But then our biggest change is actually happening in 2014 and 2015 as we're taking contracted services in-house and adding some new capacity in areas where the organization feels it's necessary.
John, can I ask you a question? How many FTEs are vacant right now?
I do not have that information handy, but typically we'll have close to a 5 to 8% vacancy rate, and so that's where a lot of our budget savings will come from in any given year. So in the future, we'll try and bring that information back.
Okay. And I don't know if we're obviously not going to tackle it today, or maybe not tackle it all that in depth in the budget process, but you know, one of the things that stood out in the summary up front was you know, the county's share of health, vision, and dental insurance is projected to increase at 5% per year. That's a big budgetary impact with both increased FTEs as well as the existing FTEs having an increase. I mean, this statement goes on to say that, you know, for our employees, as part of our retention package, we're committed to maintaining a high level of affordable health insurance for our employees. But I think that's a number that needs to be tackled, and I think we did some adjustments in this year's budgets by pulling out the benefit side of things and the health insurance side of things to take a closer look at it, which was appreciated by me looking through the budget. So.
And just, I'm sorry, Rachel. Rob, just so you know, that's what we built into the budget to have room. Our actual costs are projected to be closer to 1 to 2% increase overall for 2015. We've left it in at 5% just because of how difficult it's been to predict the increases based on utilization and inflation. So that's probably a conservative number in there right now too, while we're looking for those.
Yeah, and I was trying to do some quick math here. You know, we go on the health insurance line for our county under expenditures for general, road, bridge, and human services funds. We go from 3 million to 3.4 million, and that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's more than 5%, isn't it?
That's because of the buy-up positions.
The buy-up positions
that are being added in.
So we've got the 5% plus we've got the additional buy-ups for bringing services in line. So that's a big piece. The increase in the year beyond that goes from 3.4 to a little less than 3.6. So that's the 5% that we're looking at there.
Right.
Again, I'm not that quick with the calculator in front of me here, but I was kind of trying to do that in my head. So, Rachel?
Thanks. You know, I could be wrong, and it could be a different market than our group self-insured market, but I was under the impression that the healthcare rates had really stabilized in Colorado for the 2015 year at, you know, more like a 1 to 2% increase. And I was just kind of wondering why we're budgeting 5%. Are we looking to?
Because we don't have confidence in that in a 5-year time frame. That ours is doing that too. We're actually at about 1.5 to 2%. While we're actually projecting our increase, we budgeted at 5% for 2015, and we budgeted at 5% in the out years. That market hasn't settled out. either at the state or nationally. And so, again, this is part of our conservative budgeting. We've actually brought it down. We used to have 7 and 8% built in
Right,
there.
right.
So we have brought it down a little bit. But you're right, Rachel, it's probably conservative for 2015. I don't think we're ready to say that's the new normal in healthcare. And particularly for our group, we have a smaller group, so a couple significant health issues among our employees could bump us up higher, or the lack of them could bump us lower than the state and national averages.
Okay, and then just kind of a budget going forward question. If the 2% holds for 2015, would that become the new baseline that our increases in next year's budget would come off of? You know, I mean, I'm just thinking because
yeah.
it is a significant chunk of the personnel budget, and
Yes, but we'd probably still have the 5% on the out year.
on the out years, yes,
Yeah.
but the base would
Sure.
reflect reality of
Correct.
what we end up negotiating. When will we know, we will know what the rate of the package is by the December budget, but we won't know those claim type histories of 2015 till 2015 happens.
We'll have what's called an incurred but not reported number, which gives us a pretty accurate number. We actually just finalized, just got the paperwork today as far as our rates for next year.
Okay.
So we will have that. We're going to be getting that out to the organization. Basically, we're going to be able to offer the high deductible health plan at no increase to really or very minimal increase to the county, no increase to employees. The opportunity to actually bring it down through participation in the health fair and biometrics. The open access plan is going up. And quite frankly, the bigger budget issue that we'll need to talk more about is really the Cadillac tax. Right now, all our plans exceed the Cadillac tax, which is a 40% excise tax that will come into effect in 2018. So really, what's probably going to happen is we're going to need to drop our healthcare spend and put those monies elsewhere. We're still developing strategies around that right now that are not reflected in this budget.
Thank you.
Okay, this is just another visual representation of the number of employees in different parts of the county, with the blue being the general fund. And again, here, the distribution of employees throughout the different parts of the county. We have one BIAP request that we are putting in the pending category, and that is for a seasonal community development administrative assistant. This will probably be brought back to the board during 2015 as we see how building activity is going and what the needs are in the community development office and how their revenues are coming in. We have a number of BIAP requests that were not recommended as staff went through and tried to weigh out the needs of different departments of the county as a whole and the resources that are available to us.
Yes.
I had looked through the general fund BIAP requests that were not recommended, and I understand some of those were replaced with other requests, so you know it's not as if they fell off entirely, they were just modified in some way. But I do think the ongoing request for the county manager's team to have some recognition funds in the magnitude of $6,000 a year is a very legitimate request. And you know, I know we run a very, very tight budget here. You know, it's not as if I could ever find any county swag when we have giveaways at CCI to bring down or anything like that. I mean, we really are a no-frills operation. But I think that it's important that the management team has some small pool of being able to acknowledge or thank people for a job well done. And I would just make the plea to my board as we consider the final budget that we build that request back in.
We did discuss this BIAP request actually for quite a long period of time during our budget review team meeting, and felt like there are departments that do already have recognition built into their budgets. and felt that the departments who didn't have that at the moment simply needed the policy go-ahead to build it into their budgets. And we felt that there was room to accomplish that without adding in the buy-up request. And that's the reason that the request was put in the not recommended, because we felt that there was already the capacity to accomplish that with what was already budgeted in the different departments. So it's not denying that small amount of money for employee recognition, it's just shifting to where that is coming out of.
It pointed to a management question, Rachel, that we don't have consistency across our departments and how we apply those. And so what we agreed to is to step back and look at that policy issue and provide some flexibility.
Well, I would just make a follow-up request then, and that perhaps you, John, can give us a small report about how that has been playing out over time, and are there any budgets that have been so tight for departments that they actually need a $500 or $700 boost to be able to really start to execute that sort of protocol. But I just feel that sometimes a very small tap on the back can make a really big difference for someone, and it's not necessarily cash as much as other appropriate recognitions.
Okay, next we have 5 requests from other funds, which we will not go into today. We will discuss them more in our core focus meetings as we're looking at these different funds. A number for the airport, both in capital projects and in technology, and then 1 smaller request for open space.
Just a process check-in, Rob, we are at noon, which is your lunch hour. We have a few more slides we could touch on super quickly and get through this, or wait till our next.
We don't have a lot for our hour to our memos of interest to future agendas. So if we go another 15 minutes, we can take another 15 minutes
At lunch.
at lunch. Does that sound all right to the board?
Yeah, because we actually have EOTC prep down twice, once at 2 o'clock and then once in the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it's supposed to be at 2.
Okay.
Okay, so we're back to the bottom line. We've seen this all fund summary before. Rob, you had a question which was about the $5.5 million and the need in doing it in 2015. And as you look at the transfers in and out at the top of this particular schedule, this $5.5 million comes into the general fund capital. From a cash flow standpoint, it's not necessary to do in the year. I think the reason that we've shown it here, it's more about showing in total the commitment that we're making of from the general fund into the capital fund. This $5.5 million represents 50% of what we like to call the blue zone. When we look, I think, do you want to flip to the, when we look at this chart, I like to think of this blue zone as discretionary fund balance. I think there's some legend out there that around 2001, 2002, the county didn't have any money, and the reality was that they had a full green zone there, and they may have had $1 million on top of that. Tom may be able to correct me on that, but the county was not broke. It was fully funded, and I think when I look at this blue zone, it is discretionary. I think we have a tendency, the culture is, the green zone is pretty much untouchable until we have a real problem. And as some of you know, I've spent some time in Jamestown this last year looking at funding of disasters. And the most important thing I learned about that is if I have a $10 million disaster, how much does that really cost the county? What's our liability? And typically the formula is that FEMA picks up 75% of that. The state will pick up another 12.5% of it, which means for $10 million of purchasing power, it will cost the county about $1.25 million. So when we look at this $4 million green zone and we think about what could happen in a year, could a flood happen and a fire, or could we have multiple events over a series of years, I tend to think that we have a lot more purchasing power than we've thought about in the past.
Yeah, and I wasn't necessarily concerned with that. I was just curious that the expenditures of that monies are in 2016. And I do think this budget is, from a policy standpoint, setting a major direction for the next 10, 15 years regarding our facilities and specifically enterprise funds like the airport and whatnot. But within our general fund, specifically with the facility needs of courthouse, this building, and additional space needs. So I think it's important to make that statement as this board, as we've often started out our budget process saying time and time again, we're an elected board and we have the ability to appropriate funds for the next year, but that's it. We look at these 5-year plans and they're really just kind of budgets that we'd like to follow, but those future boards will decide on those budgets as the time comes. You know, and obviously we're moving in a direction, but making that commitment today to say, this is the direction this board feels that we would like to move in, is what I see the reason for doing this. I mean, the reality is next year we could move it back from capital fund to general fund if we wanted to, but we're making a statement here. Rachel?
I agreed with that assertion, and additionally, though, the 5-year budget tells us the impacts of the ongoing expenses that we are anticipating, such as the additional FTEs,
Sure.
unless there's that type of cutback and we have to do a reduction in force, unfortunately, again. So it's not just the capital, it's the other expenses, and to realize that they fit quite nicely within the revenues we have now. And I agree with what you had said, John, about the disasters, and that's why it's important for us to have a healthy green zone for whether it's a bridge replacement that's unexpected or wildfire. But the two caveats are always that you need to make sure your paperwork is filed in the right time, in the right manner, and everything like that. And I've heard countless horror stories from counties who didn't book something the right way and were unable to recover it or didn't do it, file their paperwork at the right time. And the other thing is that there is a motion and an effort by National Association of Counties to help change how FEMA is response, because they kind of say, okay, the fire's out, we're over, we'll help pay for the fire. And then the post-recovery cleanup or flooding impacts or things like that the year after the disaster are not covered by FEMA. So there can be continuing concerns, and we are trying to change the FEMA direction to uncover more of those costs as well.
Well, I think one of the interesting things about FEMA is that when they do their assessment of disaster, things are worked up into these project worksheets. And a disaster such as Jamestown may have 15 of these project worksheets, which is major areas of work. FEMA seems to be more interested in you capturing the scope and not the cost. The cost is almost secondary. So long as you can capture the scope of what that is, such that any unforeseen issues can still fall into that scope, they will continue to cover those additional costs, which is somewhat contrarian to
Good
what we're
experience
used to.
that you were able to put under the belt. Very good.
I guess just to wrap up, we're presenting a budget as I think we've really strived to do over the past few years that really aligns to our strategic plan, and we prioritize within that what investments we think are most important, and that's clearly falling on our facilities infrastructure, our IT infrastructure, and our people. And those are really where we focused this year's budget, to really develop the basic infrastructure in all 3 areas to help us move forward with everything that we do. And we feel good that this budget accomplishes that. It has some compromises in it, as have already been pointed out, and potentially those are compromises we can revisit as we bring decision points back to the board, and get direction from you. But I think you know, we're very happy. I got to tell you, I don't think any of us thought when we started this year's budget and the organization had laid out okay, we need to address facilities, and we need to make investments in our information technology, and we need to make investments in our people, that we'd actually be able to bring forward a budget that would accomplish to some level all three of those things. And staff worked hard. There were compromises, probably even compromises that didn't make it into formal requests to get us to that point, but we feel like what we're putting in front of you, it's an aggressive plan that sets direction for a lot of years. We think it's a responsible plan. We think it's that we're doing the right things with this budget, and that we're positioning ourselves to continue to do things well for our community. But it is a big tone-setting kind of change, not unlike the one we made 3 years ago when we put a stake in the ground on our road infrastructure, and we were successful there. We're putting another stake in the ground now with our facilities and information infrastructure and our people. We can be successful here too. And so we look forward to your deliberations. You guys have already asked us a lot of tough and good questions, and I know there's going to be more in the process. I guess if there's any feedback we're looking for today, it's not whether you support the specific recommendations. We'll give you those decision points, but just to see if we're on the right track in terms of our overall recommendations, because if we need to revisit this general approach, we need to do it sooner rather than later. And if you think we're generally on the right track, we'll dive into more detail on the specific proposals in future meetings.
Any questions, George?
Yeah, I think we are on the right track. It seems like the sort of the biggest area of concern in terms of potential having to dip into perhaps some contingency or operations funds will be when we talk about the infrastructure of the new buildings. Because we got sort of a guesstimate in terms of a number there, but depending on how that really lays out and how we end up with the ultimate design, if we're going to go towards a net zero or some other aspect, that could change that number quite a bit.
Rachel?
I also agree with the direction, and these are tough issues to tackle, and you've done a good job with that. Certainly not before the lunch break, but the two discussion items I would have, and I think George is a good one about the level of efficiencies with the building. And I'd like to see kind of where our IT is coming out compared to the projections as we first started to separate from the city services. I realize it's not all dollars. A lot of it is the value received and the services received and things like that. But I still think we should try to keep a tabs as to how that matched our original projections as we started moving in that direction. And I'm not sure that we've built in, and again, this probably is not the right time, but we had not reached any sort of conclusion on what contribution should be to the Grand Avenue Bridge and what and how we would do that. I mean, obviously it would come out of the blue zone, but is it a 2-year, is it a 3-year, what is the dollar amount? And so that's another unknown.
Other comments before we, Michael?
One thing that strikes me is that in 2004, 2006, there was a recognition for facilities. And I think also a recognition for IT. And so now it's 2014, 2015. And that recognition back in 2006 was a recognition of inadequate facilities for the previous 10 or 15 years. So now we move to this point, and so that's a 25-year lag period in improving your structure. And I think that's actually one of the fundamental problems of this organization, is recognition, implementation, or action and then implementation. So if it takes us 25 years to have adequate facilities for someone, we've still got a problem, because we don't have a policy in place to say, when we recognize an issue, we will find a solution for it within a reasonable amount of time. So some people have spent their entire career in an inadequate office. I don't think that's something we really have to think about in terms of how we go forward and how we implement our actions here. And I realize that there was a severe recession in this county and the entire nation, but nonetheless, I don't think that's really fundamental to what our planning policy is. And I think we need to address it clearly rather than just react with this budget and congratulate ourselves.
Rachel?
I just can't entirely agree with that narrative, Michael. I realize
You don't
we all-
have to, Rachel.
I know. I'm just saying we all have our different point of view, but you know, essentially, the county had a pay-as-you-go approach before my time, which created that facilities savings account, and it was that facilities savings account that essentially became the blue zone, and it became the funds that we were able to allocate towards roads. And we were hopeful that a road mill levy would pass, and it did not. The public did not give us the additional funds to be able to address the types of issues that you're raising, and we asked them to. So we took care of roads first, and that was a human safety issue and a primary county responsibility. And I would hazard a guess to say there's still roads demands and needs out there that we're going to pace out at $2 million a year, but the community is the ones who did not produce those revenues. And I can understand that too. That was acceptable given the recession that we were all heading into. But during that same time period, there have been changes in what someone would need in their office space from what was 25 years ago, a lot of filing cabinets and desks and electronic typewriters, to facilities that are more computer-based and going from large computers down to laptops. There's more telecommuting. And so I'm kind of glad that we didn't build the facilities that were in that original master plan. They were tens of thousands of square feet more than we're actually considering now. And I do have a lot of empathy for those who have had inadequate office space during the time period. There has been spot remodeling here and there. But again, at the same time, there's been reductions in force in some departments and changes in some departments. And I do think this budget is more than something that we are, quote, congratulating ourselves on now. They are a new manager who has been with us 3 years and has well shaped the budget, working with great staff over the past 3 years to put us in a position to fulfill goals that we've all had for a long time.
Steve?
The thing that struck me as I was reading through all the different figures of the budget and looking at, when I was looking at every line, like, what does this money represent? And it was representing time and again services that the county provides for the citizens. And you can read between the lines and see, you know, I think we're headed in the right direction. Part of building new facilities is to be able to continue providing good services to our citizens and greater safety and greater conveniences. And the one little line in there, it mentioned the Frying Pan Road, and I know that people up there 2 years ago were concerned it was going to take 20 years to get their road fixed, which was what had been the thrust of the previous budgets, and now the road has been fixed, and that's because of, you know, kind of using the budget in a creative fashion and being able to fast forward things to do what needs to be done. And I think that's what we're doing also in terms of our, you know, updating this building and providing the sheriff's department with the facilities they need.
All right. Any other comments? At this point, it's 12:18. Should we,
120?
1:20? We'll be back from lunch. Thank you, everybody. Great job.
Very good.
Thank you.
More to come, whether you want it or not.
also turn your master down.
Welcome back, everybody. Today is Tuesday, October 14th, 2014. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. We just had a exhilarating morning with lots of chocolate for our budget. That's a budget tradition. For our overview of our budget kickoff meeting, and now we're just got certain things to do in the afternoon. So we're going to go into memos of interest. John, you want to?
Sure, thanks, Rob. The first memo of interest in front of the board is a request for a refund of a special event fee and tent fee to the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus for a fundraiser that they had, the Haystack Hoedown. The board does have a policy where the board has refunded to nonprofit entities. I believe the caucus would certainly fall under that policy for special event fees. I'm not aware that we've ever refunded a tent fee, but I don't think that's necessarily outside of your policy or certainly the board's discretion. Typically, these refunds are given out of the board's discretionary funds. You have used $750 of those so far this year, so you have $9,250 left in that balance. So we're looking for direction from the board, whether you want to support all or a portion or none of this refund.
Michael?
The tent fee is charged by community development?
It's a building permit.
It's a building
kind of
permit fee?
Yeah.
And do they inspect the tent?
They inspect the tents. Yeah, tents over, Michael, I believe it's over 150 square, no, yeah, 10 by 15, I think, requires a tent permit. I'll need to double check that, and there is a fee associated with that inspection.
I attended the event. It was a great event. I think it went off without a hitch. It was very festive. Got a little cold towards the end of the night. Steve was there as well too. And I think there was some discussion previously when they came in for this before the event, that we would look at it after the event, and there was some discussion at that point as to what our policy has been in the past. I know we have reimbursed some permitting fees to nonprofits. I know we've done it for the animal shelter before. I'm not sure what other organizations we've done it to. Rachel?
Yeah, when I looked at this, I thought it seemed a little larger than some of the ones we've done before. And for some reason, numbers like either 565 or 625 stuck in my mind. I don't know that anyone has thought to apply for the tent fee. Perhaps there's a little bit of a difference. I do think it's worth support. I was thinking about the planning office fee only and not the tent fee, so it would be more in line with what previous nonprofits have raised. And as I said before, when they came in to first apply, it's often just a one-time thing. There's no guarantee of a repeat, and certainly there would be hope that when you've raised some money for your caucus goods and you want to do a future party, you reserve some of that to help support the party the next time. But on the other hand, we are trying to make some of our special event codes more tailored to actual, what are disturbing events and what are not disturbing events within a neighborhood. Unfortunately, our staff time right now is still pretty much the same. So I would just come down to, kind of consistently what we have done for, say, the animal shelter refund or others. And I think, again, that was somewhere in the neighborhood of 565 or 625 or something like that.
I'm in the same line of thoughts. I don't want to create a policy of doing this every year by any means. It's a discretionary fund. We address these things year by year as they come up, but I think as a general policy, finding a way to support our caucuses is a good thing. Finding a way to be friends of our caucuses is a good thing. And the Capitol Creek Caucus and all the caucuses out there take a lot of volunteer time to organize themselves and do things as an advisory board to us. We throw parties for our county volunteers and spend money on those parties. And here we've got a organization that has put time into putting together a master plan, which is a tremendous, thing. So support of our caucuses is an important thing.
Yeah, and I would be supportive of the other caucuses if they come back and need this sort of thing. Others have different circumstances. Others have places where they can have a meeting indoors and don't need a special event permit to have it on someone's lawn. So I would support that.
Steve?
Being real familiar with that caucus, virtually any money that is raised has been going into Snowmass Creek and trying to improve the amount of water that's left in there, and the caucus at its own expense has just put in a gauging station at Highway 82 in Snowmass Creek that will be monitored for perhaps forever. It might become a permanent gauging station. So that's where the money is not spent frivolously. Whatever money is raised, it's always been spent very carefully. So just wanted to put that information out there.
Anybody else got to weigh in?
I would support the reimbursing them for the special event permit fee, but not for the tent fee.
Looks like we have direction to
Okay.
use our discretionary fund for the 624.
Okay, the next memo of interest is really an email that I received from the, let's see, not National Geographic, it's the Geographic Names. Right. Basically, there is a proposal to name a mountain that's located in, it looks like primarily Lake County, but also Pickens County. It's an unnamed mountain right now. There's been a proposal to name it Mount Bellamar from an individual who looks to live on the Front Range. Right now, they're collecting information to see if the local jurisdictions support it. And so the reason I put this in is, one, that you're aware of the discussion and to seek some guidance. I have not reached out to Lake County at this point, which seems to me to be an appropriate step. I wanted to check in with you guys first to see if you maybe knew something about this naming proposal and had some feelings on it as a board before I reached out to Lake County, see where they stand on it.
Steve?
I looked on the map and there's no name on that little blip on going along the ridge towards Twining. Mount Twining, I think, is the mountain that's up the ridge from there. But I was wondering if we should contact the Colorado Mountain Club and see if they have any, if they have heard that name before or have any knowledge about.
And particularly in reference to this
Yeah.
mountain? Okay.
Rachel?
I think that's a good idea, and maybe see if they have any policy either. You know, it seems to me that we had some sort of request 6 or 7 years ago, and I can't remember if it was a John Denver Peaks.
More recent, yeah.
And then there was one before that, though, too. And I think we've kind of declined, and I don't mean to be insulting, but that name sounds like the name of a shopping center to me. I mean, it really does. The Belmar or something, and I don't know that it really has connections to the mountains or the heritage of the area or the early settlers or anything. So it just did not strike me as something I want to throw support behind.
Yeah,
Steve?
I just remembered the name of the mountain that the 10th Mountain Division fought on, I think was Mount Belvedere in Italy during the Second World War. And I don't know, maybe there's already a mountain named
For that or something.
after that, but to me, something related to the 10th Mountain Division or
Yeah.
the Independence Pass Foundation or somebody else might, maybe would be more appropriate.
Well, and kind of similar, it's like, do you start a land rush to have naming rights for all these different peaks or mountains or rivers or streams and lakes and ponds, and it just starts to, snowball in a way that I don't, again, see any sort of real driving connection.
So I guess I would suggest consulting with the Independence Pass Foundation also, just to get their opinion on it, because it is very close, just up the ridge a little bit from the top of Independence Pass.
I didn't have a major feeling one way or the other. Didn't the Forest Service pass it on? I mean, do they need our approval for?
They typically seek the approval of the local jurisdictions. And so they're going to be asking both Lake County and Pitkin County. And so it's good for me to get a sense of whether the board has any particular feelings about it before talking to Lake County.
George?
I actually like Steve's suggestion to touch base and even with Lake County, the Colorado Mountain Club and the Independent Pass Foundation, and see if they have any thoughts or concerns similar to Rachel's, and go from there. I don't think there's any sense of urgency in this.
Nope. Okay, we can do that. That's it for MOIs.
Future agendas?
Future agendas. October 21st, we had originally had, I think we talked about this last week, a joint budget meeting with the City of Aspen. They have made a request that get rescheduled. Unfortunately, right now, the most ideal time, it looks like, is when Steve and Rachel are going to be at CCI. They're looking at December 2nd, which is the budget meeting we just cleared, of course. And that meeting would be to discuss primarily the City of Aspen has been participating with the pod, and they want to do a presentation on trends and such. In their mind, the budget question is settled. There's really not a budget question from the city's perspective, but they want to have a discussion about trends and measurements and those sorts of things. The best date that worked out for the pod members was December 2nd, so canceling that October 21st. That left us with just a few things. Executive session on the 21st, which the attorneys have indicated they do not have any items for, and 2 interviews. And so we could, if the board would like us to try and reschedule those 2 interviews at this point with those items falling off, really for next week, we could cancel that meeting, or we could come in and do the interviews and open discussion and such.
But still have the evening meeting with the city?
No,
No,
that's
just tell them
canceled,
no.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any thoughts? I mean, really, it's about also coordinating with these applicants for APSHA and the senior services and finding a time when they come in. So you're talking maybe they come in on the 22nd and we do open discussion at that point. Does it looks like, is there any indication if our 22nd meeting is going to fill up anymore? Because that seems, it's always hard to tell with some
Well,
of these.
land use, I don't have that on my radar screen yet,
Yeah.
what we have on the land use side.
And we have the McBride Limited Development
Yeah.
Conservation Parcel. That is probably going to be lengthy, is my
Yes.
guess.
And we could certainly work with the candidates, or if the board doesn't mind coming in for a short meeting, we could probably do it in the morning on the 21st.
I would say if we can reschedule those candidates on the morning of the 21st.
Go ahead and cancel that
Or we
meeting.
can do it on the morning of the 22nd to isolate it to one day.
Is there a board preference?
I'm open.
I think it's probably a question of the
Applicants.
applicants, their scheduling.
So if we could move them to Wednesday, would you guys want to come in a little bit earlier and do interviews and then go into our regular meeting?
We do it 10:30 on Wednesday, break at 11 for lunch, early, get something before our meeting, because our
Is that
meeting
an
starts at
Akron
12.
meeting?
I can't come in on Wednesday.
You can't come in then, okay.
And then the other option is to schedule it to October 28th.
I would just, again, check with the applicants. We don't have a full board, we don't have a full board.
And those are tentative dates on Tuesday too. We've been working to get them scheduled, so.
We don't have another meeting until then, so notifying us and coordinating our schedules is the next step after notifying the applicants. So we're trying to tackle that part at this point.
We could go on the 28th potentially too.
28th?
I would say put it on the 28th at the early time. We're actually starting at 10:30 on the 28th, so if we could start at 10 and,
Do the two interviews.
it's as much as we'd like to get those APSHA and senior services filled, I think the boards will survive for a week or two.
Yep. Okay, we'll look to move that on the 28th, and unless something comes up, you can expect the next week's meeting will be canceled then.
Next week's meeting?
Next week,
Tuesday,
Tuesday, the
21st.
21st. That was the only thing on the agenda.
Yeah.
This was the
Great.
executive section drop.
Makes it a little easier for me. I might come back from the family memorial, so I'll go with that.
Okay, anybody else have anything on future agendas?
A good question. We've got, again, we were going to look for some other location, so I noticed that we've got on the 22nd, the Mountain Rescue Conference Room. I saw that, but I forget the size of that. How many does that hold about?
It's every
big.
bit as big as this
It's
room,
okay,
if
so
not
that's
bigger.
fine.
Yeah.
And then we had a couple of meetings scheduled utilizing city council chambers, but we had to be out by 4 o'clock, and I raised a concern that, were we going to be sort of having to hurry through something, and was there some other alternative space that staff is going to look into?
And we could look at, and we're going to do this for next year, we can look at renting space, like a conference room at the Meadows or Limelight and such. We do lose the ability to televise the meetings at that point. So we were trying to keep as many of these televised this year, understanding that next year, in particular with the crunch, we're probably going to have to rent space. But I don't think the meetings, sometimes our budget meetings run a little bit long, but really we've got 3 hours for Flourishing Natural and Built. We've typically been able to meet those core focus.
Okay.
Steve?
No one just scratching.
Oh, I saw a hand.
Just thinking.
Luckily, you weren't at an auction.
All right. Can we move to the EOTC prep?
Yep, and we have Tom Oken here.
So this is your opportunity to ask questions or discuss agenda items coming up on Thursday for the EOTC meeting. One thing to note, it is starting at 2 p.m. instead of the usual 4 p.m. and it's also out in Snowmass. That's being done to accommodate, there's a Snowmass candidate forum, I believe at 5:30 or something like that, so that's the reason it was moved up. The primary agenda item is the 2015 budget, so you aren't quite done with budget for the day or the week. But within that, there are, most of the budget items are pretty straightforward and routine. We use the same estimates for sales tax and investment income, that you use for your general fund budget. So there are 3 requests. First, there's a $15,000 increase being requested in the X Games transit subsidy from $100,000 to $115,000. Second, for the no fare Aspen Snowmass Woody Creek service, RAFTA is requesting close to a $70,000 increase for that on a base of $552,000 approximately. And then the final request is for construction or reconstruction, I guess, of Ruby Park Transit Center. And as well, this budget reflects a change in the EOTC financial policy that you came up with back at your retreat in March. So since that was 7 months ago, you probably don't remember what that was about, but
We talked about it enough.
we did. Fortunately, you simplified things somewhat, at least for me. And that is, and actually it is detailed in the packet, I think, in the minutes on page 2. So one of the changes is previously we had what we called lock boxes for the entrance to Aspen and the Snowmass Village Transit Center. Those are now being called savings funds instead of lock boxes. And the purpose is no longer restricted to just the entrance to Aspen project, but instead transit projects in the Aspen area. And likewise in Snowmass, transit projects in the Snowmass area generally, rather than just the Snowmass Village Transit Center that was originally proposed. So that's broadening the purpose a little bit. And so the way it's going to work is if an entity has a capital project request like Ruby Park, they can propose that it be funded out of one or both of those savings funds. So Aspen is proposing taking Ruby Park out of their accumulated Aspen area savings fund for that one. The other significant change, well actually there are 2 more changes that were made. One was to move the no fare Aspen Snowmass Woody Creek service above the line, is what we called it, but really what that means is that the full cost of that service is going to be deducted from revenues annually, and then the remainder is getting split between the Snowmass Savings Fund and the Aspen Savings Fund. And the way that split is working is Snowmass gets 25% of the remaining revenue added to their savings fund until their fund is restored to about $6.3 million, and then Aspen gets the remainder, so 75%, but once Snowmass is restored, then the Aspen Savings Fund would get all the remaining revenue, is how that works. So that's the change in policy that's incorporated in the budget as well.
Rachel?
And as I recall, while we went through a couple of different retreats or day workshops on this topic, there was a concept of a nimble fund that would be available for a variety of projects, but that was kind of scrapped in favor of just these basic 2 savings accounts, and a commitment to an openness by both Snowmass and Aspen to look at other or additional future funding requests going forward. So I think the board knows I will be at a Founding Memorial service leaving tomorrow night and will not be at this meeting. I did already email John Kruger to say that in general I'm supportive of all the budget requests that we've seen come forward. The one in particularly, you know, I do see Ruby Park as being part of the entrance to Aspen. It always was. It was the terminus, as well as a vital component for the bus rapid transit system. It's nice that Aspen is able to upgrade that facility, without the RAFTA RTA monies per se, and it's a multi-purpose facility. So I'm okay with that. Those revenues are essentially generated in Aspen. The one thing I think we need to consider, and I'd heard in the background, I don't know if this is accurate, but is CDOT going to be coming to this EOTC meeting to talk about the Grand Avenue Bridge and making a funding request at the same time that's just not really in our packet?
No, it's been postponed now. They
Okay.
need to work it up some more with RAFTA in terms of what the cost and what the service might be, and also kind of solidify the rationale for it coming from transit funding. So as I understand it, it's not going to be a contribution to the bridge construction itself, but possibly to transit mitigation at that time.
And I think there are a couple issues that were being worked on there with the ballot language and where the funds can be expended and how we tie it to the benefit. There's two other items that aren't on the agenda, but that Brian will be bringing up, I think, towards the end as potential add-ons, maybe in a spring meeting. Basalt continues to work on their underpass project, and the decision was to get a little bit farther along on design. You may recall when we brought ours, we were early in design and we had an early number, and then as we designed it and the community made choices, that number went up, and we kind of got caught in this dialogue that made it look like we had missed on our budget.
Right.
Not necessarily the case, we just were in too early maybe in the process. So Basalt will be coming back in the spring with ask on the underpass. We also have had some preliminary discussions about possibly finishing the paving on the Buttermilk parking lots now. We originally, when those were paved, the proposal was to pave all of it, but there wasn't adequate funding at that time, and the transaction with CDOT hadn't been completed. That transaction has been completed, and there may be an opportunity to partner again like we did with SKICO on the first half while they're finishing their project up there. So that's another one. It's not quite ripe yet, but may come back, and we just wanted to give EOTC members a heads up that we may see some of those requests, as well as the Grand Avenue Bridge, if that request can fit within the 4 squares of the transit funding. We're not sure it does at this point.
George?
I'll probably bring up more of a philosophical question again, based on some of these other potential requests in the springtime, because again, as I read how the ELTC came up with sort of a new formula or a new allocation of dollars, it says that the Aspen Transportation Savings Fund will replace the ETA lockbox and be targeted for improvement to the Aspen transportation system, and likewise in Snowmass. So I just want to get a feeling from Snowmass and Aspen, how broad a view will they take in terms of these statements, or how parochial they will be in that. Basalt is in Picken County, the paving is Picken County. We don't have a reserve for projects like we had initially put together a couple of years ago for the underpass. So I would like to just sort of sense the temperature and see if there's going to be questions, issues, concerns, because now will be the time to address them, especially since Aspen is going to be coming before us for a substantial ask for the Ruby Park, which I support, but it's an opportunity to just say, well, here are some other projects that benefit all the residents in Pickett County, whether you live or work in Aspen or live or work in Snowmass. So.
Yeah, the mayors of both Aspen and Snowmass expressed basically the willingness to broaden the use of those funds. And so if we can come up with better language than what we've drafted here to indicate that, I think the indication in here was use for transit projects generally in the Aspen area or to the benefit of the Snowmass area. Maybe we just need to add those words to the benefit of rather than, sort of within is
Yeah,
implied
it should
by
just be
in
interpreted
the
as
Aspen area.
different boards come and go. Because it should, I mean, the ELTC funds, it's a sales tax, it's actually a county sales tax.
Yeah.
And so the county should be included in projects. Aspen's part of the county, Snowmass is part of the county, Basalt's part of the county. Anyway, I think that's a conversation we need to continue to refine.
I don't disagree with you, George. It's just I do know essentially it was a very large budget item that we supported as well to put the free or fair subsidized service above the line going forward. And so, that would have been the 500,000 that, would have had some play in it for these other projects. And so, at a certain level, we can't spend the same monies twice. And I do agree that there needs to continue to be savings for eventually resolving that entrance to Aspen issue, as important as these others are. And who knows, as you said, whether future boards will ever come to grips with that or not and do something. But, we all saw the traffic returning this summer. Maybe that was because there was so much free parking available with bad debit cards. But, so I'm sure we're going to see some reluctance to go too far on any of those items. But we should put that footnote down a little more clearly, which was why we agreed to put the free bus service above the line. I think that we need to make that connection there, that as we were one of the three parties to agree fair free service forever, it was with an understanding that there would be an openness to look at these other projects, and that's the real tie back we need to make.
Yeah, good point.
Well, we'll have a good discussion with the other board members. Are there more comments? Go ahead, Michael.
One thing that I discussed with John was the management of the intercept lot, and that isn't on here. So how are we gonna deal with that? I mean, in some ways, it's almost too late because the X Games will probably happen before we have our next meeting. So
Yeah, and
my concept of the intercept lot is that it's used arbitrarily in terms of the X Games. In other words, if you enter there, the intercept lot says no truck parking, no whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, the X Games shows up and there's trucks, half a dozen to a dozen semi-trucks parked there. So who's making the rules and who's...
Yeah.
So, but I also think we should be flexible on it too. So, because what's happening in the county is that trucks have a hard time getting into the urban areas of the county. And they need oftentimes to transfer loads from a large semi to a smaller truck, and then people, I think, also, and so that where does that occur? Well, one place that occurs is on the animal shelter road, where there's a wide shoulder there, and trucks impromptu, particularly FedEx, goes to that place and transfer their loads. I don't think. We don't want an ad hoc kind of approach to problems within the county. So I think we should look at the intercept lot as a place to do that. Plus, the intercept lot has a 24-hour parking limit. And I think that people who want to use the airport should be able to use the intercept lot, some portion of it, for parking and then taking the shuttle to the airport. I mean, what's wrong with that? It's tough in enforcement, but I think those kind of subjects should come up within the context of the intercept lot, and I don't know when they're going to come up, quite frankly.
When we had some staff turnover and the city staff that was managing that, which I think was part of the reason that the discussion got delayed, because that was one that we had asked for quite a while back. But I think it may be appropriate to bring up, we've got a kind of a catch-all topic at the end to try and get on the EOTC's, everyone's radar screen, to bring back a discussion, because it's really reviewing the IGA with the city, how the city's managing that IGA, which was the previous parking director's job, who's now been transitioned, I think, to another position.
Siberia.
And, you know, having that, because there's probably two questions in there. How are we managing the current agreement? And then, is the current agreement the right kind of agreement? Are we managing that lot the right way? And do we want to make changes to the agreement or shared understanding?
Yeah.
Or is it a discretionary matter that we need to look
I
at?
mean, you know, the needs of the county are changing. The intercept lot, it seems to me, is a focus point for snowmass, it's a focus point for the county, and it's a focus point for transportation. And we're really not utilizing it fully, it seems to me, under those circumstances. So I think it just has to be a general discussion, and people have to be able to look at it in a different light.
Steve?
I would agree with you, Michael, on all those points you made. I'd love to see that discussion. One of the items at the EOTC is the Aspen Country Inn taxi program. And all the time when I ride by there on the bus, I look at the possibility of people could walk from Truscott to the Aspen Country Inn. They could get off at Truscott and go through the underpass there, and then walk to Aspen Country Inn without too much difficulty, except the trail doesn't connect through just a short piece of that. And I think some of the residents at least probably would enjoy that walk. They need to get from the Truscott stop to the Maroon Creek Bridge, and then just a fairly short trail segment that would be needed. And I know that the Nordic Council is talking about having the Maroon Creek Bridge be a ski trail during the winter time, and they were talking about, you know, doing some work to make that possible. So maybe the two projects could be combined with, you know, just making a little trail extension there from the Up Valley Truscott stop to the Aspen Country Inn over the old Maroon Creek Bridge. And it wouldn't totally eliminate the taxi program, but it would probably have more people doing that walk just to get a little bit of walk and exercise in, and then not using the taxi program as much.
So are these proposed as kind of future agenda items to discuss, or open discussion items to
think that
discuss
would-
as? I mean, I think the intercept lot, I think it warrants a full discussion. And maybe not on this agenda, maybe not before the X Games, but let's start the conversation, let's get a list of bullet points, and let's put it on our future agenda, because there's a lot of aspects about the increased use of that intercept lot, whether it be for special events or, as Michael was saying, some of the truck type stuff. And certainly as a bullet point in future agendas, we can bring up the topic.
Yeah, I really support the approach Michael is suggesting there of looking at more of a long-term management and master plan. And I think that that's how it should be approached, because that might be a great appropriate use there, might have other impacts that I can't foresee. But I do know that the city had for a long time had a goal of potentially being able to, create a truck transfer location and just not have as many large trucks in the downtown at all, let alone the fact that, some of the trucks are doing it of their own accord because they just can't fit in the town.
Right. I mean, it's a need that people are doing, improvising. So let's not have them improvise it on private properties. Let's have it improvise it on place that's appropriate.
And I would add open space and trails into that discussion, because it is kind of a dysfunctional junction of a bunch of trail systems that don't really go anywhere from there appropriately, in my mind. But it's part of, you know, if we want RAFTA to be utilizing our bike and trail system and those sorts of things.
I think it's a great topic.
So I think it's a great topic for a 2015 kind of agenda.
And I think, you know, the subject that Rachel's brought up with is restrooms. You know, RAFTA couldn't do it. You know, okay, when can you do it? It seems to me is the question. And, you know, with the experiences the city has now with their restrooms at Rio Grande Park, maybe those are the kind of restrooms we could have at the Intercept lot.
Yeah, I think a lot of long-term planning needs to happen there. So, great topic for future agendas.
So on the updates, will we add, just so the public knows, add the Salt Underpass as an update?
We can. I was going to just have Brian cover it as part of the update, since the packets have already gone out, but we can, I don't know that it'll get posted, you know, updating that with everyone at this point. But it'll certainly be part of the discussion. The real discussion will happen in the spring. You know, it's just more of a heads up for the participants.
Well, I would make sure we forward to the other managers just some of the discussion we had today, so they're not blindsided with some of these things coming up.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Anything
Thanks,
else?
Tom. How's the knee doing?
Thanks.
Very good.
Glad to get it.
Can we move? Yeah.
Well, we didn't do an open discussion.
Oh.
We went straight from future agendas
Sorry.
into EOTC prep. I
Open?
don't know if John
No.
has anything else or.
John, do you have more on open discussion?
Just a reminder that Thursday evening at the airport, there for both the board and the public, there is a open house to meet the airport candidates. It'll be at the airport cafe, and there'll be an opportunity to give some feedback.
So is that public as well?
That's public as well, yeah.
Yes.
I had one open discussion item. I've been following this a little bit in the papers, but the city of Aspen has, well, actually the housing office, to back all the way up, has a property that they have been conceiving of developing with Habitat for Humanity for some Category 1 or 2 housing units in town. And to make the pro forma work, they were going to try to use the employer credits. And the city decided no for some policy reasons. But I think that given that we've been participating in buying and creating units, we should kind of take a serious look at what that pro forma gap is, and whether as the county with our housing funds, we'd like to step in and be able to create some Category 1 or 2 units in town. And I don't know what the real objection was. Was it that one was too low? I mean,
My understanding was more the use of the credit program. I actually think city staff went back to the APSHA board and suggested that they would consider a cash contribution for that they still were
To see it
supportive
go
of the
forward?
project.
Yes.
It was just the methodology.
Okay.
It was the solution that was the issue. And so last time, and did you sit in on that
That was
meeting?
2
Did the
weeks ago.
APSHA board have any discussion about whether they were going to make a request to the city or county at that point?
They did not. Barry Crook presented the city's desire to still participate in that project
Okay.
and wanting to make that project happen. And like John said, they just didn't think the credit program was the appropriate avenue for that to happen.
Okay, well, if possible, I'd like to kind of track it and make sure it doesn't, come to some sort of dead end without us being able to evaluate whether it's something we'd like to participate in, because it's just so hard to create, we're doing most of our creating in basalt, and yet this seemed like an opportunity, but APSHA owns the property, not the city.
Well, if the board's open to it, we could indicate to the APSHA board that we'd be willing to look at a proposal to help, to help with that project. We just don't know.
Where it
We
lands
haven't
right
been
now.
approached about it at this point, other than by one of the board members, like at the coffee shop.
Okay.
So,
So,
I either regularly attend or get the agendas for the option meetings and the
Okay.
minutes for option meetings, so I can monitor that.
I think it'd be great. I mean, I just know that we're going through a transition time at APSHA as well with a new director, and things get tossed around sometimes, but it just seemed like something that I'd love to know where the city is at with it, and whether to see the project go forward in some way.
Other open discussion? Should we see if we can rally the troops a little early? Why don't we take a 12-minute break, come back at 2:30, see if we can rally some of the executive session stuff? Is that all we've got left on the
I think
agenda?
we're right on schedule for that, aren't we?
Well, we're supposed to start at
2:45.
2:45. I had it at 2:15.
15 minutes early. And Grassroots, that's it. We're wrapped up for today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tell me your name.
Joe Doherty.
Joe?
Joe?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you all too.
Do we want to go into exec before he?
Oh, yeah, so, I'm sorry, are you still on?
Okay. Good.
I'll take a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of oil and gas litigation, property acquisition, disposition, in-stream flow strategies, and housing impact fees, CRS 2464024B.
So moved?
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, now you can go off the air.
Coming back now?
I said just 10 minutes,
Okay,
2:30.
that's fine.
We're 20 minutes.